And to my left over here, we have Councilman Griffin, Councilman Prater, and Councilperson Joyce McLaughlin. To my left, we have Councilman Wiggins, Councilman McGruer, and our city administrator, Keith Manton. And y'all know me, so hi.
Either way works.
Yeah. Who did I say, Manton?
Keith.
Keith. Well, Keith, Kent. It starts with a K. I mean, you know.
I'll answer to it. I've been called worse things.
Well, at least you get to eat dinner when we call you. Anyway, all right. So, and I want to thank all of the people here that are on our agendas tonight. We got several people here, from builders to contractors to our chief of police back there, our city works, Jean, Pam, our city secretary, and then we have Jennifer back there. She's helping with our slides and stuff today. She's in the water department. And we just have a lot of people here, and I want to thank you all for being here. Okay, without further ado, citizens' presentation. The City Council welcomes public comments at this point on items not specifically listed on the agenda. Speakers must sign up before the meeting begins. Speakers are limited to 5 minutes each. The council cannot respond to these matters not listed on the agenda until a further meeting. So do we have anybody signed up to speak? No. Okay. If they want to, they can sign up before at our 6 o'clock meeting. All right. Number 3, annual financial statements with independent auditor's report. Adam Haber. Council discuss, consider, and the city's financial year of 2022-2023 financial statements with independent auditors report, their own and required supplementary information. Okay, sir, you want to come up and speak, Adam?
Sure. And you might just need to adjust your mic there,
Yeah, because
sir.
you're tall. You're very tall. Yeah. You can even take it off and hold it if you'd rather. Sometimes it helps.
Is it on?
You have to turn it on too, though.
Is that better?
That
Can you hear me?
works.
All right.
We're live.
Gotcha.
Does everybody have a copy of the financial statements up there in the green binder? Then the first thing I want to go over with you is going to be that letter that's right inside that front cover. That's a letter that we're required to issue at the end of every audit, and it's addressed to you, the City Council. And just what's in that letter are just some things that we want to make sure we highlight that are in the financial statements that we think might be the most interest to you. So it goes over certain disclosures that are in the financial statements that we want to make sure you're aware of. It talks about if there was any changes in accounting standards or accounting principles. There were none, so there wasn't anything to report there. It also discusses if we had any disagreements or issues during the audit with management. We had none, so we didn't have anything to report there. So that's what you would find in that letter right there. So all good things.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with that, we'll get into the financial statements a little bit. The first thing I want to go over is going to be on page 1. That's going to be the independent auditor's report, and that's where we give our opinion on the financial statements. And the important part that you're going to want to know about is going to be right there at the top in the first 2 paragraphs. That's our opinion. And our opinion was that the financial statements for the city were presented fairly in all material respects for the year ended September 30th, 2023. That's what we call an unqualified opinion, or a clean opinion, meaning we did not find any material or large significant errors in the financial statements, and we think that they are being presented fairly. So, got a good opinion. With that, I'll go over briefly just a few of the balances in the financial statements. And I think the statements that you're going to be most interested in are going to be towards the back on page 64 and 65. The reason I think these are going to be the best ones to go over, there's a lot of information on these. One, they're comparative, so you can see where the changes were between 2023 and 2022. And it also shows what your budget was for the year, so you can see the items where you went either over budget or under budget. So I'm going to start on page 64. This is going to be the schedule of revenues and expenditures for the general fund. And you can see that total revenues for the year were at $1.1 million, a slight decrease over the prior year. and that's going to be mostly in some miscellaneous income you got in 2022. Y'all got about $338,000 in seized assets revenue. Didn't receive hardly anything in 2023, so that's why you saw that slight decrease in your total revenues. Pretty much across the board, property taxes, sales tax, franchise taxes were pretty consistent, comparable between the 2 years. Next, you get down into your expenditures, and you had total expenditures for the year of $1.14 million, which was a slight increase over the prior year. And I can tell you most of that increase was going to be in your salaries and wages for the year. As far as your general government, pretty much the only difference there was the addition of Kent. He was here for just a few months in 2022. He was here for the full year in 2023. So you're recognizing his full salary in 2023.
Are you telling we're paying everybody too much? Do we need to cut back on paying all these people?
And as far as your public safety, that's going to be your police department. You basically had 3 new officers in 2023 compared to 2022. So that's why you're seeing the increase there. Overall, you had a slight deficit of revenues over expenditures. You came in about $15,000 over budget. So it's just slightly over budget, not too concerning. So at the end of the year, you had a slight decrease in your fund balance. It went from 3.03 million down to 3.02 million. So just a slight decrease in fund balance. Any questions over anything in the general fund? All right. Then if you go over to page 65, I'll go over your revenues and expenses for the water fund. Your total revenues in the water fund were about 2.2 million. That was an increase over the prior year, and most of that had to do with your water revenue. You had a rate increase that I think went into effect in January, and also usage was up. So those two things combined, you saw a significant increase in your water revenues. For expenses, you had expenses of about $1.7 million in 2023. Biggest increases in expenses for the year was going to be your water purchases. Y'all purchased about 80 million more gallons than you did the year before, and the rate per 1,000 gallons went up. So if you look down that list of expenses, you're going to see that's where your biggest difference was between the 2 years. And then as far as some miscellaneous income, you'll see there was an increase in interest income. That's because interest rates increased in 2023. So you saw some significant increases in your interest income. So overall, for the water fund, you had an excess of revenues over expenses of about $487,000. So your fund balance in the water fund went from about 5.1 to about $5.6 million. Any questions over anything in the water fund? All right. So overall, even though you had the slight over budget in the general fund, you're still pretty close. You didn't have anything that went excessively over budget. On the water fund, it was profitable, it was self-sustaining, and you stayed close within budget. So I don't have anything bad to report there. So that's all I had for you. Is there any questions or anything else you wanted to go over?
Does anyone have any questions for him? Brett, anybody up there? This is open meeting, so any questions on our budgets? No? Well, so thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
We'll see you again at the end of the year or first part of the year or something?
I'll be back. I'll be back in probably November, December.
November and December.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see
See
you
you then.
then. Bye. Thank you. Okay. Number 4, WBW Development, Community Presentation and Discussion of Eagle Prairie Subdivision. Council and community to receive a presentation from WBW Development on their proposed Eagle Prairie housing development property located at 901 Eagle Drive, Eddy, Texas, 76524, containing a total of 122.46 acres. Sir, and your name is?
Thank you for having me, Mayor, City Manager, and Council. Appreciate it.
And sir, just as a reminder, you'll have to speak directly into the mic. There's
Yeah,
no
for
condenser head
YouTube,
up there.
yeah.
Appreciate it.
One of these days, we're going to
Oh,
have
yeah,
the ones
it's picking
on the
it up now.
caller.
That good?
Yep. Excellent.
All right. Well, thank you for having us. I don't think I've heard an auditor say nothing bad to report.
I know.
It's great for everybody here.
We're just too good up here.
That's good. That's great. But I want to talk about Eagle Prairie. I'm the COO
Most of everyone knows it as Mr. Fowler. That's where Mr. Fowler lived and had the property, so.
And Mr. Fowler, and that, I guess there's a house on there too, we're gonna preserve that.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah, okay.
Out, so that's something that we are gonna preserve, just to make sure that that stays. It's a really pretty house. So we really take a lot of effort and after a lot of feedback into some open space and parks, right? We know there's no real parks here, and that's something that we really looked at. It's a perfect piece of land for that. There's the stock pond there, and just a lot of nice trees, and we're gonna try and preserve all that we can. So that is something that we do. The other piece that we do that a lot of other developers don't, we have pretty stringent design standards that we make our buildings do. So we're a little unique at WBW. We're a developer, yes, but we also have our own engineers, and we also have our own construction company that puts the infrastructure in the ground, right? And then we sell lots to builders of our choice. And we're self-funded, right? So we're not owned by any banks or anything like that. We're not in and out of places, like I said. So basically, we set some pretty strict standards of what the houses need to look like, how much masonry needs to be on there, trees, side roads. We do a whole bunch of things in our restrictions to make sure that we're going to have a community that's going to last the test of time. Okay, so, and we'll go over that a little bit more here too. We feel it's going to be a very positive revenue impact for the city and a lot of benefits to the city and to local businesses as well as attracting new businesses.
It's not, oh, there it is.
So it is 122 acres, be approximately 429 lots, has a little over 25% of open space. It will be open to the public as a city park to be able to use. Again, we talked about the quality standards. You can see some of the examples here of the houses that are in some of our subdivisions that we do. So it'll be tastefully done. We'll make sure there's landscaping, little things like having, a little bit more of a setback on side roads with a tree on it, so that you don't have just fences along the side trees. We'll look at things, it's not much in here that we have to deal with, but any major roads we'll ask to put single family so it doesn't feel enclosed as you're going by. I mean, there's a lot of little things you can do to really make it right. Putting in cul-de-sacs, which we know are very important and popular. So we really, really looked at everything here. It'll be walkable to school, which is great for the people living there, obviously, but it's also not going to put as much of a burden on your busing. Going in and out. Okay. It'll be walkable to school, so it's not going to put a lot of as much traffic as somewhere else. I know traffic's going to be a concern; it always is. And being walkable to school, so that'll be a little bit of a safety aspect of it, and we can do that. And hopefully that we can keep that traffic down. We took a look at the financials. I'm not going to audit them for you, but we looked at the financials and looked at what the property tax was. We looked at the revenue for the ISD. We got that information from the school district. So we looked at what the water revenue is, and obviously sewer is something that we'll be helping bring. So we did a little comparison here. There is a typo on there. We were trying to sneak another one in there. You guys will like the typo, but you won't like when we take it back. But anyway, when you look at the property tax, you can see the property tax just from us, and we're estimating this with an average of a $300,000 home. And that taxable value isn't $1 billion. It's actually 128.7 million. Okay, there's a typo right there. So, and then the city tax and the ISD rates. So, property tax, there'll be another $600,000 in property tax when this is built out. And that's something that we should state. It won't be built out overnight. It'll take years to get the first lot on the ground, and then you might have 80 to 100 lots probably sold per year over another 4-year period, right? So it's not going to be this huge influx that you get nervous about. It'll be gradual. It'll be over time. But when it is fully built out, you're looking at extra property revenue of $592,000. Now remember, these are new streets. This is new infrastructure, right? That money doesn't have to go to fix something there, right? It'll be able to go and help maybe improve those roads that you want improved, or do different things for the city, because this is going to be all brand new infrastructure built to the standards that the engineer is going to make us build to, right? ISD tax, you can see the rise there, another 1.1858 for revenue there. And these are approximate numbers. And then, water revenue, and then sewer revenue. And we just took some estimates out there from some other places for sewer. The other impact of that is with the sewer expansion, you're going to need to have the capacity put into that sewer to put it operational, because they can't do it the first day, so we'll help to contribute to that too. Anybody, any questions on any of this so far?
Okay, yes, sir. You want to come up to the mic, sir? Sorry about that.
The only question I have with all this going under construction, all that, will this be under a HOA?
Yes, it'll be under an HOA.
Anybody else have any questions? Council? Anybody, any citizens? Okay, Mr. McGruer?
You talked about the traffic, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting this stupid thing. Okay, you talked about the traffic pattern. Okay, you've got Old Moody Road on one side, and then you've got Eagle on the other side. You're going to put 420 homes in there. Those roads are going to see a significant increase in impact with traffic, just people coming and going to their homes. Is there part of this plan, the improvement of those roads, because those roads are going to have to be improved to handle that kind of traffic?
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a small pieces of our property, that it's facing. So I would think that, and I was here one morning and I did see that, with the school and things like that, that it probably needed to be widened or something there at some point, right? I'm sure that's what everybody's thinking here. And, I'd rather be transparent than not say it. But, that's something that we'll be contributing revenue for, right? So that you can then take that and build that into making those improvements. And that's what we do bring to a community, right? We bring revenue in to something that's, the city really doesn't have to spend money on our subdivision, right? We have to spend that money on our subdivision. Obviously, we get that back when we sell lots, or don't do it for free. But, but that's the revenue that we can bring into the city. And, so usually the roads and things are what the cities do take care of, to be honest. And that was something that you probably would have to look at. But, we're always going to talk. I mean, that's part of being a good partner.
Okay, because, yeah, that's going to be, like I said, a significant impact, because the easy route to 35, if you're going to get on 35, both those roads are going to be access to the 35, but also, especially Eagle, also with the increased volume, those roads are not designed for that kind of traffic. So
And I think
there's going to have to be a partnership somewhere along the way between the developer and the city. Granted, we're not asking you to improve all the streets in the city, city of Bruceville-Eddy, but in that particular area, how it's going to impact is going to be very significant. I have a second question. You had talked about green space, open parks and things like that. Are these going to be open to the community, or is this going to be a closed community?
it'll be open to the community.
So the community can use those parks as well?
Correct. All the citizens will be able to use that park.
Okay.
Okay, Joyce?
Concerning the park, who will maintain that park?
HOA.
Okay.
Okay, I have a question.
We're not trying to bring any burden to the
No.
city. I mean, that's part
Okay.
of the whole piece.
Since it's going to be a HOA, what's to say that they're going to say, well, people's not taking good care of that park, well, maybe we need to stop the public from coming in. I'm just a question. I mean, it's going to come up.
You probably dealt with this more than I have.
Okay.
So we're going to be controlling the HOA until we sell approximately 70 to 80% of the homes.
Oh, okay.
And then it's going to, which is going to be several years from now, 5, 7 years, maybe even 8 years down the road. And then it will be residents that are living there will be on the HOA board. And in the development agreement, we can put in some provisions about making sure there's revenue there from the HOA to help maintain that over time.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, Councilman Prater, you have a question?
Yes. I got on the construction of this, there's gonna be a bunch of big trucks and a bunch of heavy equipment coming down them roads. They're not set up for it now. There's no way that big dump trucks coming in and, you know, excavators coming down either one of them roads, Eagle or Old Moody. So that would be something that needed to be addressed beforehand, because they're already under the weather already.
Right.
And
Yeah, and that's something.
there's no easy way to get the big trucks to where it's at. It's gonna tear up our roads that's already there. So I think that don't need to come on to the city at that point. That,
Yeah, and that's something we'll coordinate with you guys and with Ken, and also the city engineer as well.
Yes.
Making sure that we're not, you know, especially disrupting the school, that we're not bringing in big trucks when that's, you know, urine drop-off pickup. But we'll definitely coordinate with you. We understand it is a burden on the streets.
Yeah, yeah.
They're not a regular car. They weigh a lot. So we'll talk about it as we move forward. You know, we'll discuss it and make sure we're, you know, not adversely impacting as much as possible.
All right, thank you. Mr. Minton, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out that our subdivision ordinance does have a provision for any developer wanting to subdivide that they would need to improve some of the roads adjacent. Now, what that looks like is probably going to be settled as part of the preliminary plat process if we get to that point. But
Right.
Just a note on that.
And just about every subdivision we build in, there's a traffic impact analysis. So that'll set the scope for what impacts we have on the community in general and the roads leading to our community, and then what improvements we have to do off-site.
Any other questions? Ms. Pam? Oh, you might talk a little
Okay.
closer. Yeah, you
Sorry.
can you can touch it. It's not going to hurt you. Anybody else have any other questions? Yes, sir. And come to the mic, please. State your name.
Willard Murray. My question is, on the 400 houses, is that requiring the change of the ordinance, the zoning ordinance? Because I thought the council had already taken action on that.
I don't know if you guys, what actions you took in the past?
So, yes, there was an action back in October to deny the request for single-family 1 change to a single-family 3, so that
Right.
density request.
So what we're doing on our density is we're going to have 6,000 square foot lots, which is SF2. So instead of the SF3, we'll be going for that density of SF2. So it'll be just 1 zoning category change instead of 2.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so I believe, what is it, 1 that's for 6,000 or 9,000? Okay. And then 3 is for 5,000? Yeah. And then 6. So basically, we're looking for the SF2. Right now, you guys have it as 60 foot, 100 deep. Okay? So that's what the 2 is now, and that's 6,000. We're asking it to be 50, but 120 deep. All our research and everything is people want a yard, right? They just want more of a yard. And so that's what we're proposing, and we feel that's much better for the citizens and everyone, is they have that yard. So it'll be a deeper lot compared to what that already is zoned as. Little narrow. You'll get the 5 feet on the sides, but honestly, if you drive, and I have a subdivision next to me, and I had to walk it off to see the width of it. You know what I mean? You wouldn't really see that difference. Honestly, 60 and 50s, I would challenge and we could happily take these guys out to see different ones. You don't really notice that difference. Now, if you're talking 100 foot, and things, and that difference is substantial. So, because people still build to, the 5 feet within, and because that's the setback on the side, and that's what they'll build to, and you'll feel the same. that part of it. That's why we do more open space and things in there and do the cul-de-sacs to try and mitigate some of that. So, there's no doubt that this is going to bring significant revenue. I mean, $2.3 million, and that would be annual once it gets built out. That's going to bring some significant revenue to the town or the city. And the I-35 corridor is growing, right? And it's all coming in, and it'll just go around, and the traffic will still come through here, and the revenue won't be coming here. Because that's another thing you have to think about. People will build around it, but the traffic will still flow through. And the city won't benefit from any of that. And that's part of what we see sometimes, and you'll see those pockets. So somebody had a question?
Yes, Pam Combs. Oh, you don't have it? Okay, Mr. Prater? Councilman Prater does up here.
When I talked to y'all that one morning we had that meeting, you said that y'all would make sure that it wasn't going to look like tract housing, that there would be different
Yes.
versions of the houses, so it won't be like just a tract house.
No,
next
no.
door.
We make sure that we change it. We have a department that checks that.
Okay.
So they have to submit plans to us, and then we have to approve what goes into each house, what colors. We look at the colors to make sure that they don't get the same either. So, I mean, we track that. We know that needs to be done.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? No? I guess same thing. You still got some more stuff to show?
This is pretty much it. I mean, you have the parks, it's going to benefit. It's going to benefit the schools, right? It's going to benefit revenue in sewer and water. It's going to benefit your existing infrastructure. So your existing roads, this revenue is going to come in, and you'll be able to utilize those roads for the improvements that I'm guessing that you need. Local businesses are going to benefit, right? It'll hopefully attract new business coming in through here. Emergency services will gain more revenue, so it's a win-win really for the city as a whole. Oh, I'm sorry. So
Okay.
I don't have anything else. Oh, we have one more question.
Okay,
Yeah,
Mr.
just a
McGrew?
clarification, so I understand. When you were talking earlier, you said there's 420 homes, the properties to be sold.
Your mic,
over a
please, sir.
4-year period. No, sorry. The properties to be sold over a 4-year period, so you're going to sell them as people come in. It's not like today it's an empty lot and next week it's going to be 420 homes.
No, it'd be a good business.
You like that, but okay. And let me get this. Is this? It's going to be where they bring their designs to you. You sell them the lot, and then they build on the lot. So they're going to find their own builder, or you have the builder.
No, we'll have the builders. I mean, the builders will come to us to buy the house, or to buy the lot, and then they'll put their houses on. Before then, we have already, all of our restrictions done. And we say, this is what needs to go in this subdivision, right? These are requirements, whether it's, a third or 2/3 masonry or whatever. You can't just use wood or anything like that. You got to use hardy board or whatever. All those different things get put into it. And then they come and decide they want to be in the subdivision, and then they build. Now, before they put any model down, they have to send it to us, and we look at it, and we compare it to the models around it, and we make sure that it's not repeating itself or doing those things. That's just part of what we do.
Okay, thank you.
Wiggins, did you have a question? Yeah. I'm trying to watch everybody.
Again, that, as Mr. Murray asked, that 420, is that based on the SF2?
50 by 120 deep.
Okay,
So that the 6,000 square feet.
6,000.
So it would be amended SF2, I would.
Right. We're, if I'm reading this right, in our ordinance, I believe it's a minimum width of 60 foot,
In depth of 100.
right? And whereas the single-family one, which it is now, is 9,000 square feet with a minimum width of 70 foot.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah, a big, big difference. I mean, you're 6,000 square foot, you're talking about just a little bit over 1/8 of an acre. That's what you're talking about.
Correct.
That's still somewhat small, but, you know, it's better than that SF3.
And the other piece for the city, which I know we've talked about, you can have a large lot. The city now has to maintain all that road and all that infrastructure for that one piece of taxable value, right? With us, you have to maintain 25 feet, right? 'Cause you got a house on both sides, right? So you have to maintain much less road for much more tax revenue. So that revenue now goes to someone else or somewhere else, right? City has to maintain. If you put big lots, you have to maintain all that, right? You have to maintain all the infrastructure. You got to redo those roads. You got to do what you have to do.
Yeah, but you said it's gonna be brand new, so we shouldn't have to do anything to it for a long time, right?
20, 30 years.
Yeah.
20, 30 years.
Okay.
But even then,
I have a question.
I won't have to worry about that, but
Yeah.
someone will. Someone will have to worry.
Yeah, it don't matter the size of the lot. If the streets are new and the infrastructure's new, it don't matter whether it's a big lot or a small lot.
Oh, I'm talking
It's
future.
still.
Long-term
I got it.
future for the,
Long-term,
I'm
yeah.
talking long-term.
20, 30
Mrs.
years.
Owens.
Because it'll come on you, right? And if you're not saving for the future, it sneaks up on you.
Mr. Prater?
Yeah, in all them evaluations, was there anything on the price of permits and that income coming into the city for the
No.
permits so that's all extra also?
It's all
that
extra.
Would be coming to the city?
And, there'll be people here eating at the restaurants and the coffee shop and stuff as that keeps moving, right?
Okay, I got you.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
I have one.
Okay, Mr. Griffin.
How wide are your streets gonna be?
We have to get into what your rules are. I'm not sure what they are.
I believe it's a 50-foot right-of-way, and I think the pavement is at 30 or 31. It's whatever the city standards are today.
And it'll be the same for the thickness. It'll be the same for, if you guys require a geotech to study the road to see how we have to build it. We like the rules, right? If we have rules, it makes it very simple for us to move forward.
Okay, Ms. McGruer? McLaughlin? There's Ms. McGruer down there.
Ms. McGruer. I'm the other end.
McLaughlin?
I'm the other end. Will the streets be curbed streets?
Yes.
According to the city ordinances.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how you handle
Okay.
the
All
runoff
right.
and the water.
Okay, all right. We have one more question out here on the floor.
The only other issue is also too the safety. It's around the school, so the people moving in and all that. So the safety is so close to the school.
Okay, all right. Okay, do you have anything on that? I mean, there should be stop signs, there should be all kinds of,
All that will be there. All the
Crossing.
stop signs will be there. All of those regulations and the crosswalks and all those different pieces and the handicaps, on the sidewalk pieces. All that stuff gets taken care of. That's part of what you guys have done, right? You make us do that, which is only fair. That's what I would want in my neighborhood. So we look at all that. I mean, as far as people coming in, people, hopefully they're good people, they're owners, right? That helps, right? It's better than, when people have ownership, it definitely changes how people are, right? And ownership's a big, important thing. And yes, we'd love to put all big lots everywhere. We would. But I don't know, I've got kids, they can't afford what's going on. And, with these bigger lots. And, you got to have some affordable housing to go with these other pieces, right? But when they own something that makes a difference in the community, and it makes a difference in crime and theft and all those different pieces. And, then those kids get educated, right? Because they're in there and they grow up and do it. So, we really do look at providing, homes for our fellow Texans. We take that very seriously. If we could do all big lots and make it all affordable for everybody would be doing that. Unfortunately, in this day and age, it's not like that. And that's the sad truth, but it's the truth. So, so we try and look at it that what do they really want? Do they want that third bedroom more than they want the 5 feet that they got to pay extra, right, on the side of that 10 feet? If you've got 3 kids and you got to have a 3-bedroom because you can't afford the lot because it's bigger, that's what happens. So, you know, those are just all the things that go into these things. So we've looked at it, and we've been doing it for over 40 years around here, right? We look at it all. That's why we have bigger lots and deeper lots. We feel they like that little yard. They can have their kids play in it and feel safe. They can have their dogs or their pets and do those things. They want that extra bedroom, right? Versus a little 5 feet on the side of their house that they won't use. Those are just all things that, you know, you got to kind of think about and, you know, when you're trying to let people own a home. So.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank y'all very much for
Thank you very much
coming
for
and
your time,
talking to
everybody.
all of us
Thank you.
about it. We thank you. Oh. Oh, yes, sir. You sure can.
I would just say that it would behoove you as a council to consider the width of those roads if you consider this as well, because by the time people start parking on both sides of the street, you're going to have one lane traffic going through there. So if you're going to do that, it would behoove you to take a look at whatever you have as far as requirements on width of street for something of this magnitude.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. All right. Anybody have anything else they want to discuss about this or anything that's on this 5 o'clock agenda? No? Okay. Then it is number 5, adjournment. And anybody want to make a motion to?
I'll make a motion to
Okay. Adjourn. Okay. I have a second. Okay. All in favor? All right. Good. It is 5:39, and this 5 o'clock meeting is adjourned. We'll pick back up at 6 in about 20 minutes. There is water in the back, and there is restrooms and water. You just help yourselves. February the 22nd of 2024. If you'd please have a seat, I'd appreciate it. This is our regular city council meeting. Meetings are available to watch on our YouTube channel. Search for the City of Bruceville-Eddy and click the subscribe button. Please mute your phones and your tablets or anything to keep, noise down. We appreciate it. All right. Again, I want to thank everybody for being here. I love to see this room full. That means that if you're here, then you care. So we appreciate you. Okay. If y'all would please stand for prayer, I'd appreciate it. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for tonight, and we thank you for our citizens of Bruceville-Eddy, because without them, Lord, we wouldn't have a city. We thank you so much for everyone that's here and for everyone that's listening to us on YouTube. We just want to say thanks to everyone. I want to thank our council for being here. We have a good group of people working for the citizens of Bruceville-Eddy. I want to thank the first responders. I just want to make sure that they are blessed and you keep your hand on them, Lord God, and to show them that you're with them no matter what they have to go through. I thank you for our police department, our fire department, our city workers, the water department, our maintenance department. We are all working together up here, Lord, trying to make this a better place for our families and our children and for everyone, and we want people to come to our city. I just want to say thank you, Lord God, because we know in our hearts that without you we would have nothing. And I just again want to say thank you, Lord, for everything. I ask for all these things in the precious name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. You may have a seat, please. Also, since we do have a lot of people here tonight, so if y'all have questions and stuff, please feel free to raise your hand. And when you're called upon, you'll come to the podium and state your name, and you'll ask your question or whatever you want to say. Okay? All right. Right at this time, I want to say thank you to our Chief Dorsey back there, and for Kent Menton, our City Administrator, for Gene Sprout, our Water Department, and Pam Combs, our City Secretary, and Janie, not Jennifer, Janie, in our Water Department.
You'll be all right.
One of these days, it'll take me a while, but I'll get you all, I promise. I'm terrible with names. And up here with me, I have to my right, I have Councilman Griffin, Councilman Prater, Councilperson Joyce McLaughlin. And to my left, I have Councilman Wiggins and Councilman McGruer. And of course, I've already mentioned Kent Manton. So thank y'all very much for all being here. Community announcements. Do we have any announcements tonight?
Mayor, thank you so much. I do have a couple of notices for you here. So sorry, did you want to speak up on that one? Go ahead.
Just one. We have Bonnie. She is having Mr. and Miss Bass's daughter passed away, as y'all probably already know. And one of her benefits will be this Saturday at the Elks Lodge in Lorena. So please feel free to come out. We got lots of good auction items. We got all kinds of things. We got guns. We got fishing trips. We got hunting trips. We got hog trips. We got, you name it, we got it. And this community, when people need help, they do come together. And Miss McLaughlin has an announcement right now. Oh, she wants something to say. Miss McLaughlin. Mrs. McGruer.
I just wanted to let you know, in addition to this Saturday's event, we're going to be holding a vendor fundraiser for Bonnie on March 16th. It's going to be back here in the back of City Hall. So come on out and join us for that. Be a lot of vendors and food and just some good times. And then April Spring Fest is going to be April 20th, so please put that on your calendar.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mrs. McGruer. Okay, Mrs. McGruer, the second Mrs. McGruer, Danielle.
It's actually a miss.
Miss McGruer.
So, Mom forgot to mention that the Bruceville-Eddy United Methodist Church is going to have a First Friday bingo night at 6:30, right? 6:30. It's $1 per card, $5 for 6 cards, and we're going to have snacks and mocktails and sodas and things. No cash prizes. First Friday starting March 1st.
In March. Okay.
In March, yeah. And no cash prizes, but we will have prizes for winners.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, yes, ma'am. And you are?
I'm Cassidy Montgomery, and I am here to represent the BE Ball Club. It's our local youth little league, and our opening day will be April 13th, starting at 9 a.m. We've got a day full of ball games. We have a couple vendors. We're going to be hopefully have some Springfest information there as well. We'll have our new merchandise. We've kind of revamped our whole program. We have spent lots of money and lots of time on our fields. And we invite the community out to come and enjoy a day full of baseball, softball, t-ball, and if you don't have a kid playing, there are plenty of kids that would love for y'all to come watch them.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Okay, anybody else? If not, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Manton.
Well, Mayor, I think we got them all hashed
Did we
out.
get them all done?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So we can move on.
Yeah, I like hearing from the public on what they got going on, too. So thank y'all very much. Okay. That's all of our community announcements. The city presentation, as I said earlier, the city council welcomes public comments at this point on any item that is not specifically listed on the agenda. Speakers must sign up before the meeting begins. Speakers are limited to 5 minutes each. The council cannot respond to these matters not listed on the agenda until a further meeting. Do we have anybody signed up at this time? No. No? Okay, thank you. All right, moving right along. Okay, it is, okay, oh yeah. Citizens' request for consideration. Carmen Baker, a council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action on a request by Mrs. Cameron Baker of 102 Brown Drive to rezone property in between Old Moody Road and Brown Drive from single-family dwelling district to general business. Mr. and Mrs. Brown, y'all have it.
Good
Baker.
evening. Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Dennis Baker. This is my wife, Carmen Baker. We own some property off of Brown Drive. We live there on 102 Brown Drive. That's the next street on the same side of the freeway here, right up by the rock quarry, just north of here. And it's a cul-de-sac. It runs back and almost goes to Old Moody Road, but it doesn't completely attach to Old Moody Road. But we own the property. I think you have a piece of paper.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that it runs. We can access from Old Moody, but before I get to that, what we're here for is consider your consideration for rezoning it. Because right now it's zoned as a single-family dwelling. I understand it's also, you can call it a variance where it could, since they are going to be still single-family dwellings, we was hoping to put an RV park in there. And that's about 10 acres, but it wouldn't connect with Brown Drive because there's 2 half-acre.
It's only 3.
I know, we're going to. Excuse me, I'm just the hired help. Actually,
I quit paying her. No.
she is the
No, we're actually,
boss.
what we're proposing to do right now would be about 3 acres,
Okay, right there.
which would be the farthest, on that screen, the farthest corner on the left.
Y'all have a laser up there if y'all want to use it. Is this silver?
Right here, right here.
We're not professional builders like we
Hey, that makes it good.
That works. And if you will, just please remember to speak into the microphone there for us as well.
Oh, boy, I can't see my property now.
Should be the circuit, the half right there.
Okay, there's Brown Drive. This is right here is Old Moody?
Just a little bit further up.
The section would be approximately, this is Brown Drive.
Correct.
So it'll come over here.
Just this little corner.
Lots right here, so we come back a little ways. This would be the entrance of Old Moody. This
Just a little corner.
it was Falls County Road, or McLean County, one of the others. County Road, but this is Payne County Road, so 25 foot was given back to these property owners, 25 foot was given back to us. But anyways, this section right here, we're gonna start off with a small
Yes.
section right here.
About 3 acres.
So that's it. Our house, this would be Madison's, ours, church parson, this would be, Rick Turner. But our house is right here, next to the property right here in the back.
And you are wanting to rezone this, is that correct, what I understood you say?
Either that or a variance.
Okay.
Actually, it butts up to Richard Prater's property also.
Oh, his property's over there.
Yeah, his fence is my fence.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, do we have any questions? Mr. Wiggins?
What's your plans for that?
RV park.
Okay. An RV park?
Yes.
How big of an RV park you talking?
To start off 3 acres. And maybe possibly never get any bigger, honestly.
I believe the sketch shows 36.
36, okay,
Yeah.
I see that now.
But probably, I think it really would dwindle down right now to start off would be between 12 and 15 spots.
You want to hold y'all's copy up that y'all have colored there, right there, and show them up here what they're,
Okay.
what she has outlined in black there is what they want to start with.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Sorry, everybody didn't get that copy.
Oh, that's okay.
As you notice, we put on there swimming pool, pavilion. I don't know about a swimming pool. I have my reservations about that.
Y'all need this to kind of see. It's that one outlined in black.
Oh, okay, that's the one you're talking about right here. There you go. Basically, cutting that off where it says office.
Do y'all, what about your access, you know, in and out, the vehicles?
Old Moody.
Old Moody?
Only Old Moody. Keeping Brown Drive a cul-de-sac.
Brown Drive
Nothing
is
to
a
do with
cul-de-sac.
Brown Drive.
Okay,
No entrance, no exit.
okay.
Nobody on Brown Drive wants any more traffic, so.
Yeah, I understand. So
And
it'd
this
be
is
ma-
gated?
Moody, go ahead, Mr.
Oh, this is gonna be gated?
I'm sorry?
We'd be gated and with
Oh, yes.
privacy fence.
Yes.
And also, while we're at it, we're gonna go ahead and run a fence on down to
Lucy's?
Richard and Diana
Oh, Hopper.
Hopper.
Yeah.
Richard Hopper's
Yeah.
down to there, because that's our fence and our cows. We have cows out there now.
Yeah.
And a bull actually went through Amy Audrey's, I believe, her property one
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
And there's just haven't been the time or funds, it seems like, to re-fence that whole thing
Right.
by myself.
But-
So we're gonna go ahead and do that while we're at it.
It will be
Privacy
privacy
fence.
fence all the way
If
down?
those,
Privacy
if them
fence.
people want a privacy fence, yes, it'll be a privacy fence.
Okay.
And then we'll maintain standards as far as, what kind of RV will be allowed in there, or it's not gonna be, yes.
Yeah. Y'all have a year date on the RV, what'll be allowed? Like
What year it's
2000
made.
2019 or newer or
Exactly,
something like that? Okay.
exactly.
Oh, it's probably at least a yes.
Yes. I think most of them are like that now.
Okay, Mr. McGurr?
Is this going to be for short term or long term?
In the long term, I just recently retired, so I'll be there maintaining it.
Okay, so the people who move in there are going to be for more than 30
It
days?
could be both, either one. There'll be residents that'll live there permanently or for a long time. Oh, I'm sorry. And also we could have overnighters, yes, that would be an option.
Okay.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions? Mrs. McLaughlin?
Inside the park, how wide will your streets be? And what
The
will they be
streets,
constructed of?
60 foot wide, I would. Where did Frank go?
Oh, he's,
There you are. The width of the street,
60, the width of the street in between the RVs.
Oh, width?
Yes.
yep,
Generally 50 feet.
generally.
Okay, 50 feet. And then your pads, are they going to be
believe they're
rock or
25 by
cement
65.
or asphalt?
Probably, I'm really not.
the pads for the trailer, you know, is underneath it. Is it going to be cement? Is it going to be rock? Is it going to be dirt?
Asphalt?
Asphalt? Where they park, yeah, where they
asphalt.
park it on asphalt.
Okay.
Okay, yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you,
We
sir.
really haven't got down to the details because the first hurdle was getting it okayed, so.
Yeah, just to see if the council was, yeah, if they're interested in maybe going forward. Okay. All right,
But yes, we want it to be a nice one.
all right, okay, I understand. Any other questions? Okay, all right, as far as the council, do y'all want to make a motion on this to maybe be interested in doing, checking this out, or y'all are interested in it at all? What do y'all, I'm asking the council what y'all want to do. Mr. Wiggins?
Okay, I mean, I think if it's up to them, if they want to do it, and I understand them coming to council and getting our reaction, but our reaction, to me, my reaction is going to be based upon the people out here, what their reaction is. If the people out here is okay with it, then I'm okay with it. So I don't know that until we have like a public hearing.
Yes.
And so, normally we have to have a public hearing for this, and then y'all lay everything out, what you want, what you're gonna do, and then the people out here that's gonna live, with anybody within 200 feet of there have to get a notice, but that don't mean that other people can't voice their opinion about it also. So that's kind of my opinion. I don't want to say yay or nay now, because I don't know. That's
Yeah,
up to the
we
people.
just, yeah, if y'all are willing, if y'all want to pursue this, then we need to set up like a public hearing, and y'all bring stuff in, and we can invite the public to come in, the ones that are going to be living around the area, as Mr. Wiggins said, and see what their opinion is, and then the council can do their thing.
Who do we go through
Okay.
that to get it? set
Yeah,
up?
Mr. Manton?
That would be my next point, yes. If y'all are interested in moving forward with this, we can get you set up with the correct application, and we can go ahead and get started with all the proper legal notifications and publications in
Okay.
the paper. So
That's it.
we can touch base next week on this.
Okay, just come on
Thank you
in.
very much.
You're welcome. Thank y'all.
Yes.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome, yes.
Okay.
I'll go with that too.
All right. It is now 6:18, and the regular meeting is closed. And it is 6:18, and we're have an open public hearing. All right. Zoning changes for agriculture district to manufacture home district. 613 4th Street, Eddy, Texas, 76524. Council to hear the public comments pertaining to owner agenda agent initial zoning change on property located at 613 4th Street in Eddy, Texas, containing a total of 14.397 acres and further described, excuse me, my tongue gets twisted, as being located within the city limits of Bruceville-Eddy and in between 4th Street and Franklin Road from its current destination of agriculture district to manufacturing home district. Okay, the public hearing is open to any interested persons or with opinions, objections, and/or comments related to this matter. comments related to this matter may only be expressed via mail, email, or by appearing in person. Another person or attorney may also represent you. Okay, do we have anybody with any, want to talk about this? It's open to the public. We got one coming up.
Appreciate y'all having me. My name is Jerry Dyer, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Excuse me, Mr. Dyer. This time actually is for the public only. We'll have an opportunity after this hearing is closed for you to be able to present your
Okay.
case. Yes, sir.
All right. Do you, yes, sir. You want to come up to the mic?
My name is John Coleman. I live at
You might want to pull that mic down a little bit for you, sir.
Generally, I can talk loud enough everybody can hear me. My name's John Coleman, live at 320 Franklin Road. I have several questions about that. I would like to know because, like, during the drought and things, we were having problems with having enough water. So how is this going to be solved when we already have a problems of not having enough water? That's my number one question to start off with. I would like to know what the sewer treatment facilities are going to be on the area there. I'd like to know lot sizes, any restrictions that they're going to be held to. I travel the state every day in my job as being ADA construction superintendent, and I would like to know, like on that type of subdivision, is it, with restrictions and everything, are we going to be able to keep it clean? Are we going to have crime problems because of it? I mean, I hate to bring this up, but because of what I see across the state, I see a lot of developers bringing in these type of things and then bringing in a lot of illegals, which entails crime and everything else that goes with it. So I have all those questions I would like to have answered for that.
All right. As of right now, sir, this is just a public hearing, so we're just listening, for anybody that has comments and stuff, and then when this public hearing is closed and we open it back up, then you can maybe get some answers. Okay? Anybody else have anything they wanted to talk about it or say about it? Yes, sir.
I'm Daniel Petru. I live at 509 4th Street. And my question is, how many entrants are going to be to that development y'all plan on putting in there? Because right where I'm at is that, what am I trying to say here? Temple Street. And right at the end of Temple Street, that's where the development is going to be at. And I was just wondering if Temple Street will be another opening for that development that y'all plan on putting in there, if it ever gets put in. And another thing, I'm against it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, does anybody else have any discussion that they want to discuss? Yes, ma'am. This is just discussions.
I'm Judy Mullis, and we own a home on 4th Street, 702 4th Street, so I'm thinking that it's going to be very close to where we're living or where we have our rental house. My concern is the road maintenance. I mean, same as all the various roads around here, but the road maintenance. If you have 14 acres, I'm assuming there could be, what size lots are we talking about? Because there will be a lot of traffic. There's going to be a lot of maintenance on that too. It's like potholes. I think some of them have been filled in now, but it's still very, very rough riding down through there. That's, I'm against it too. And I don't believe that there is a lot of difference between a mobile home park and a manufactured or modular homes. I read, or somebody told me one time, that the difference between a mobile home and the modular homes was the modular homes could not be moved. I feel like a hypocrite because when my husband and I first got married and we were living in Georgia, we lived in a mobile home. It did not get moved. It's not that I I dislike the idea. I just don't like the idea within the city limits, because just a few years ago, even the modular homes weren't allowed, and I've seen recently in the minutes, individual people will have them on their property. I just don't like the idea of there being 28, that's being generous, like a half-acre lot, 28 to 50 mobile homes, just, within eyesight of the house that I own. We don't own the home for profit. We bought it. Our daughter lived in it. My son lives in it now. And I don't know how the depreciation of the property, how much the property values will go down, not just for us, but across the street are the newer houses that were built over there. I think on the land that Mr. Bass had and sold. And I don't know if anybody else from 4th Street, other than the few that I've seen, are here tonight. I don't know if they're even aware of it, but yeah, that's my problem with the whole thing, is the amount of mobile homes or modular homes that might be there and the infrastructure. So, thank you.
Anybody else have any discussion about this? Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you. I too live on 4th Street. My name is Colby Reed. I live at 609 4th Street. And much like Mr. Coleman, I'm also a traveling superintendent for construction. And so I had the same concerns as him, as well as the same concerns as many others as far as crime and preventing that in that area. As far as zoning versus agricultural versus residential, personally, I don't see that being an issue. I would just see the issue of mobile homes, especially for short-term use, for rentals, just because we want people in our community that are going to stay, that are going to live here, and people that are in and out. That's going to affect not only our schools, but also our police department, fire department, those areas, public works. And I guess my biggest bone to pick is I'd like to speak on behalf of Betty Delaney. She is my next door neighbor. And so her property is would be lot 104713, and she requested, she currently lives in a mobile home, and she had requested to have that home removed and have a new model put on that property, and she was denied. And so she remodeled that mobile home, and she does better than just about anybody I've ever come across with maintaining that property. But I would just be concerned with how is that fair for somebody that's lived here 20 years to be denied that, yet we're trying to propose a developer to do the same thing right behind her. Thank you.
Anybody else want to discuss anything?
I'd like to say something to him real fast.
All right. Yes, sir.
Well, it doesn't have anything to do about that. I come by your place to talk to somebody the other day, and I think I scared her because I'm me. But if you would please apologize to her, I was just going to ask her opinion on it.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else want to discuss anything about it?
I was just going to say something about Betty. I talked to her today. So she was very, very clear that she was
Okay.
absolutely opposed.
All right. Okay. It is now 6:29, and the open public hearing is closed. And it is 6:29, and our regular session is now back open. All right, let me get my papers here. Number 7. All right. Yeah, close. Okay. Number 7, zoning changes from agriculture district to manufacturing home district, 613 4th Street, Eddy, Texas, 76524. At the request of the property owner agent, council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action on ordinance 2-22-2024-1, changing the zoning clarification of property located at 613 4th Street in Eddy, Texas, 76524, containing a total of 14.397 acres, and further described as being located within the city limits of Bruceville-Eddy and in between 4th Street and Franklin Road from its current destination of agricultural district to manufacturing home district, amending the official zoning map of the city of Bruceville-Eddy, McLennan County, Texas, to rightly reflect as said changes. Okay? Do you
Mayor?
want to say something about that, Mr. Manton, or you want me
Yes,
to
thank
ask
you
him
so
to come
much.
up? Okay.
Mayor, council, if you wouldn't mind, I appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to go ahead and go through a couple quick slides that'll help everybody kind of understand what kind of zoning request is being proposed here tonight, and then we'll give it over to the agent of the property owners to talk a little bit more about this. And I hope this answers a few of the questions. If it doesn't, we'll follow around on the backside to do that. So this zoning change was requested by the agent of owner to rezone property from agricultural district to manufactured home district, and this is going to be contingent upon a potential sale. So you'll see there that the manufactured home district permits manufactured homes in either a manufactured home subdivision or a manufactured home park, and single-family residences are also allowed on individual lots. So this is that property map there. You can see that it's right across from Border Street. It stretches back over here towards Franklin and the solar plant. This is the current zoning designation. You can see that everything there is agricultural. I had to pull up this old zoning map because you can see right next door, this has all been rezoned to single-family District 3. So the proposal here is going to be to build a manufactured home park. Note that this is different from that home subdivision where individual owners control individual lots containing individual homes. This manufactured home park would be the ownership of a single tract with the installation of privately owned road and manufactured homes installed with sole ownership. Homes would be rented out to individuals with water meters either singly or at a master meter. A water meter study has not been submitted, but it is likely that the request for 23 meters in this area would be available. Costs for any improvements, upgrades are not quite known at this point. Usually that comes with that study process. A 6-inch water line does run across 4th Street, so there would be plenty of water availability. This proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan of 2011, which designates this lot for residential purposes, which is all encompassing. As required by our zoning ordinance, proper notice of this application and hearing was published in the Waco Tribune-Herald. 23 notices were sent out to adjacent property owners. This ordinance would amend the zoning map, but not the comprehensive map or comprehensive plan. And any structure that's placed here would have to conform with our existing building regulation ordinances. My recommendation is none on this one. Now let me see if I can answer some of these questions here. As far as the water availability goes, the city of Bruceville-Eddy's water system does have capacity for additional availability for water. That isn't to say that sometimes we get into situations at like Lake Belton where the stage level is dropping due to the environment. And with that, we do have to pass along those requests to ration water or conserve water for a time being. And that time being is just until the water in the reservoir increases back again. Now, some of the problems that we have within our distribution at large isn't necessarily the availability of water, it's the ability to get that water to the property, i.e. we don't have a large enough water line in front of that property, or we don't have the booster pumps to get us there, if that kind of makes sense. As far as the sewer is concerned, if this project were to go in place, let's just say hypothetically tomorrow, and those homes were installed tomorrow, they would not be included on our current sewer system design. Those have been finalized or are being prepared to go out to rebid. So if they did want to tap into that, the developers would have to pay the cost on that. I think that answered most of the questions, except for Temple Street. So I think Mr. Dyer can kind of speak as to the entrances, correct? Okay.
Okay. You
Yes,
want
sir.
to come up, sir?
Thank you.
Okay. Let us know about
As
things.
I prematurely stated a minute ago, I'm Jerry Dyer. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and the applicant is
You
under
need to,
contract.
can you hold the mic, sir?
Absolutely.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
The applicant is under contract to purchase a property. In regards to the entrance, right now, there's a plan to do one entrance on, it's not off of a platted street, it's off of the property itself, so it wouldn't be off a platted street. In regards to the plan going forward, it is for a manufactured home park. The plan is for the applicant to own and to live in one of the units herself. The plan, I believe, Kent, was for 23 homes on the one lot.
That's correct.
The lot is for a little bit over 14 acres, so that's 1.6 units per acre, I believe. It is going to be on an on-site sewer system, which is septic. The plan would be for the road to be maintained privately without any cost to the city. And we believe this is good for the city because it will increase the ad valorem tax base by quite a bit, bring revenue to the city and to the school district. And as things keep getting more and more expensive, we're running into an affordability problem on housing, and this is going to help alleviate some of that. Now, to address some of the concerns, which I think are very valid concerns of the citizens who showed up tonight, I think there are some restrictions that could be put in place with the age of the manufactured homes that go in, as well as the size of those, and skirting to finish out the units. I think are all restrictions that we don't mind putting in place, because I had a conversation yesterday with Mr. Prather, and the end goal is for something that is an investment that does make money, and if the project is run down and it's not desirable to anybody, that's not good for either the investor or the community. And so I don't think my applicant has any issues with any restrictions that are suggested that would help this move forward.
Okay, any questions? Anybody have any questions this time? Okay. And nothing, oh yeah, we got one right here. This is McGruer.
Does the city currently have ordinances against modular homes and manufactured homes?
Inside the city limits?
So, yes, Mayor, I can answer that one here. We do have ordinances that prohibit that in single-family dwelling districts. This one is not currently a single-family dwelling district, and the change from that agricultural district to a manufactured home district would change the underlying condition of that property and allow for manufactured homes to go in there by right, instead of having to go through that conditional use permit that we've seen over the last year.
Anybody else have any questions for the public? And nothing? Councilman? I have one. Now, are they going to be like, are they planning on putting the homes in there and then people buy them? Or are they having people buy their homes and put them in there and rent the lot?
The plan is for the applicant to own all 23 of the homes that go in and then rent those out.
And rent them out?
Yes,
for
ma'am.
rental property?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right, that's my question. Anybody else have a question? Mr. Wiggins? Mr. Wiggins?
Well, kind of a comment. You know, there's nothing wrong with manufactured homes.
Nope.
Okay? Not nothing. But sometimes, whether it's a manufactured home or brick house, rental homes can sometimes, the people just don't seem, they're just renting it. It's like it's not really theirs. So most of them, in my experience, they don't take that good care of it. Or not necessarily the home, well, probably the home too. And I can experience that because a house right next to me is a rental house. And that house, somebody rented it and they did over $30,000 worth of damage to that house. And the lady had to spend that much money to go in there and fix it up. So, and the yard isn't kept a lot. But anyway, to move on to this, I just have a problem with one person owning and renting all of them, because I believe you're going to get maybe some people there that and you're right, it'll be affordable to some, but you know what? Some of those places like that might fit some places, but I don't believe they fit here.
Mr. McGurr?
As I listened to what you were saying, I got the impression that these are not going to be new buildings that are going to be moved in. These are going to be older buildings? Is that what you were trying to tell me?
I don't think that there is right now, if that's a restriction that we need to put on it, that they're new, I think we're fine with that. That is the plan, because she's going to get the warranties on that, and I don't think there's an issue with that. But if that needs to be a restriction to get this done, we're fine with that.
Okay, yeah, because you bring in a 5-10-year-old modular home, you're already on the backside of its life.
Useful life, absolutely.
Right, and so if you're bringing in used ones, and then we're already starting out bad.
Sure, I agree.
Thanks.
Is there any other questions? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if we look around Bruceville-Eddy right now, you see a lot of dilapidated mobile homes that have sat out there for years and they're falling apart. What's to say this isn't going to turn into the same thing?
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. He's tore it up. He just tore it up.
My name's Cindy Edmondson. My question would be, okay, the intent is to rent the mobile homes. So I guess the question would be, is it going to be short-term rentals of 30 days or less? Long-term rentals? Because with the short-term rental, you're going to have a whole lot of, what's that we don't want to be coming in and out and in and out and in and out. That would be a difficult thing. So a short-term rental permit, allow short-term rental, I think would be a problem for the city.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else have any questions? Yes, sir.
On the restrictions for that, are y'all going to adopt your restriction rules before you approve this? Or even think about approval? I mean, I would like to know that there's going to be set standards that can be deviated from, and that it's set in stone. I mean, so it can be
They would have to be kept up to
enforceable
code.
to do that they have to follow that.
Yes, sir. They would have to be up to code, everything.
Well, and to answer your question directly, we do not have that posted on the agenda tonight, and right now there is no restriction on age limit, so we could not create that tonight.
Well, yeah, I
Sure.
understand.
And
It just
it'd be,
brings that point up about that, in the fact,
discrimination.
I guess it anyway, but it's just that I believe rules need to be developed and followed, so that there's no getting it out from under it.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Mrs. McGraw.
So I just want to say that I agree with a lot of the folks I think in this room. Seems to be that we're just not necessarily happy with this idea of being manufactured homes, because you look around Bruceville-Eddy, and like the last person said, we do have a lot of just old, sad kind of homes, and we're trying to move away from that. If you look at our other two developments, they're going to be nice homes that are moving into Bruceville-Eddy. And I think that that's the direction that we want to move in, is towards a more house-based kind of community that's going to bring in more families, more bring our standards a little bit higher than what we've seen in the past.
All right, I'm going to throw my 2 cents in. I do believe that we need rental properties because there's so many people out there that can't afford a $200,000 or a $300,000 home, which are nice. And trust me, I wished I could just open my pocketbook and buy one. But, you know, you just can't. So we need rental properties because there's going to be a lot of families move into this area once we start growing. And they're not going to be able to afford to buy anything. So they're going to need rental properties. Every time I think of a trailer home park, okay, or manufactured home park, I think of the one between here and Troy. And that one's real nice, I think. They keep it, everybody keeps their yards done right, and they make sure it's all maintained. I'm not for sure if that's a rental or if they buy them. I've never asked, but I just know it always looks pretty nice. They're owned?
Yeah.
They're all owned, okay. You know, something like that. But, you know, I mean, we can't all, I mean, yes, we want Bruceville-Eddy to grow, but we can't all live in expensive homes, you know. But anyway, Mr. Wiggins.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and defer to Rick.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. So we're talking about the park down there between Bruceville-Eddy and Troy. It looks real good from the interstate, but when you drive into the back of that addition, you see all the dilapidated ones back there too. Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
okay. I haven't, as I said, I just see it on the highway there, and I just go, well, that's not a bad looking place, you know. Yes, sir. Cosmetics, huh? Like okay, Mr. Wiggins.
Yes, ma'am. Well, to me, I've listened to what everybody has to say, and based upon my opinion from hearing what y'all have to say is you don't want it.
Okay.
And so with that said, and I think probably a lot of it is because it's going to be a one owner and they're going to rent them. They might be short term, they could be long term. I don't know if that's good or not. Yeah. So with that said, I'll make the motion that we deny this zoning change.
Okay. And do I have a second?
I'll
second.
Okay. All in favor? Unanimous. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. And that was Mrs. McLaughlin second that. Number 8, Police Chief's Report. Mr. Dorsey, Chief Dorsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council, Mr. Manton, and welcome to all our citizens and guests tonight. Thank you all for being here. Good seeing everybody. Almost have a full house.
I know it. I like it. We even put out extra chairs just to make sure tonight.
We got more chairs in there too.
Yes, sir. We can get some more people in here. I'll put another row in.
Tonight, I'd just like to share our January 2024 Police Department report. For the month of January, our department had 130 calls for service reports to include arrest, offense, and incident. We had a total of 15. Criminal offense arrests, we had a total of 13. Citations and warnings totals 134. That breaks down to 57 citations, 77 warnings. Also for the month of January, our department, we had 160 security checks, school zone enforcement activities 16, neighborhood patrols 44, directed traffic enforcement 41. Also have our call type breakdown and our citations and warnings breakdown. Also for January, I'd like to share our school resource officers report. Calls for service 14, security checks 96, citations and warning is 0, juvenile complaints filed in municipal court, meaning juvenile offenses that are filed in our municipal court 2, and then criminal offense arrests are 2. And I also have a call type breakdown as well in the report. I'd be happy to answer any questions or comments.
Anybody have any questions for Chief? No, thank you, Chief, appreciate it.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Okay, you're still up there, so you still got the floor, Chief. This is our number 9, it's the oath of officer.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, I would like to welcome Officer Tariko Cade. He started with our department on February 1st. He comes to us with about 2 years and 10 months experience, law enforcement experience. He is familiar with, the small town atmosphere. That's what he likes, and is definitely community oriented and is excited to get out there and help better our department. And we're back to full staff now, so that's another positive. And so,
Okay, all right,
so at this time, I'll ask Mr. Cade to come up and we'll do his oath of office.
sounds great.
I, Tariko Cade. Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear
That I will faithfully execute.
that I will faithfully execute
The duties of police officer.
the duties of police officer
For the state of Texas.
for the state of Texas
And the city of Bruceville-Eddy.
and the city of Bruceville-Eddy,
And will to the best of my ability.
and will to the best of my ability
Preserve, protect, and defend.
preserve, protect, and defend
The Constitution and laws.
the Constitution and laws
Of the United States.
of the United States
And of this state.
and of the state
And of this city.
and of the city.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I didn't say nothing.
Sir?
I know you, Mr. Griffin.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Just keep it general, yeah.
I was asked to comment on the incident at the school at Bruceville-Eddy ISD. So earlier this month, I believe it was February 8th, there was an incident where a student in the junior high brought an airsoft gun to school, and it was discovered in his backpack before the start of the school day. And thankfully, it wasn't a real firearm. Thank God for that. But it's still a serious situation. Any kind of gun in that matter is a serious situation, because in this day and age, you can't bring a gun to school, whether it's real or not. And even though possessing an airsoft gun isn't a criminal offense, you can still commit criminal offenses with a fake gun. So, unfortunately, the main concern of the incident was that it was we were not notified until almost the end of the day. So this incident occurred approximately 8 o'clock in the morning, and we didn't find out about it until almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So, yeah, I mean, to be honest, my feathers got pretty ruffled at that fact, just to be completely honest and blunt about it, because I take community safety very serious, and I take school safety very serious. Not just being the chief, but also being a citizen in Bruceville-Eddy, and also having a 5-year-old in kindergarten at Bruceville-Eddy ISD. So I have multiple interests in the safety of the school. So catching wind of this situation, we began an investigation and determined through our investigation that there was no criminal offense committed. However, we did look into how the school handled the situation, or the lack of them handling the situation. And so I think we have made some progress and we've already had one meeting to address the shortcomings of how the situation was handled. And I feel like we've made a lot of progress. You know, it was a very open-minded discussion. You know, everybody voiced their opinions and concerns, and the school was very, you know, receptive and respectful to what the police department had to say. And they are going to be making some internal changes of how they handle situations. I know one of the things they said was that they're not used to having, you know, a police officer in their school, but we're going on, you know, almost 2 years of an officer being in the school. So I understand there are some growing pains, but, you know, we are in the school and we're there for a reason. And, you know, when a situation arises, you know, we need to be involved to ensure that the school's safe. So that's priority number one, is the safety and security of the school.
Amen.
So after the meeting I had earlier this week, I did leave it up to the school to notify, you know, the board members and everything the situation, because I feel like it's a serious enough situation that it should be taken all the way to the top. You know, that all their decision makers and their school administration should be aware of the situation so changes can be made. And I'm also I will be attending their next school board meeting, which is, I believe, the second Thursday in March. So I will be there. I'm not exactly sure what my involvement in that meeting will be, but I will be present, and hopefully I'll have a chance to speak and answer any questions or concerns.
Okay.
But,
All right. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wiggins?
Chief, if you don't mind, would you explain what an airsoft gun is?
Airsoft gun, I mean, there's different kinds. You know, there's like pump action, CO2 action, different. It's more or less like a BB gun, but it doesn't shoot pellets or metal BBs. It shoots plastic projectiles that are a little bit bigger than, you know, like a BB and like a Red Ryder, but it shoots plastic pellets.
Okay, so basically it's a gun that shoots plastic BBs. Just
Yes, sir.
rough. Okay.
But it can look like a pistol.
Yeah, and this gun in particular was modeled after a real firearm, but it did have an orange tip on it. But in my experience, and I've seen it firsthand, I personally have seen guns, you know, that look like a fake gun, but are in fact a real firearm. I've seen real firearms that have orange tips on them. So just because a gun has an orange tip on it doesn't necessarily mean it's fake or a toy.
If somebody pointed a gun at me, whether it was orange tip or not, I'd probably have a heart attack. So I don't have time to look at the tip of it to see what color it is. Okay. Mr. McGurr?
I know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wiggins.
I know it's. Do we know if the gun was even loaded, or if you had the plastic pellets for it?
It was determined by the school administration, because they're the ones that took it up. It was not loaded. There was no ammunition in it or near it or with it.
Okay.
There was no ammunition or anything like that. There wasn't a magazine.
Right.
It was completely unloaded, but the child or the student was in possession of it. It was in his backpack.
Correct.
And he brought it to school.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. McGurr?
I'd just like to say thank you, Chief, for being so proactive and taking action to meet with the people and to make sure that we are proactive in handling a situation like this and make sure it doesn't happen.
You know, I know at the end of the day it is a toy, right? And I get that. I understand that. But I think it needs to be taken serious and treated as, in my mind, my opinion, is treated as a real firearm, because it's setting the tone and the precedent that any threat, whether it's a legitimate threat or not, is going to be taken seriously. And there needs to be a police response, and there needs to, you know, we need to set the tone and the precedent that we're going to be there and we're going to look into the situation. We're going to handle the situation. And I'd rather have an extreme response versus having no response. Because in my mind, yeah, the gun was fake. The gun was a toy. It was an airsoft gun. But, you know, what's to say he brings a fake gun one day and a real gun the next, you know? He could be bringing a toy gun to see what he could get away with or see how much trouble he gets in, and then later on decides, oh, I'm going to bring a real gun to school because I didn't get in trouble. Or it could, you know, give other students the idea that it's okay to bring a gun to school.
Amen.
And it's certainly not, you know. There's a time and a place to use a gun, and it's certainly not in a school. So.
All right, thank you, Chief, I
All
appreciate
right.
that.
Thank y'all. If
Thank
anyone
you.
has any questions afterwards, feel free to stop by and we can chat. But thank y'all.
All right, thank you, Chief. Okay. Number 10, the new water well site recommendation and site selection. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action on a recommendation for a new municipal water well site from the Commission MRB Group feasibility study. Please state your name, ma'am.
Good evening, I'm Sue Hilton.
Bring your mic down just a little bit towards your face. Bring her mic. She might want to bring her mic down just a little bit. She's not quite as tall as the cowboy back there.
Okay, all right. So I am brought with me tonight kind of an overview map of so we started, just to recap, we started looking at probably half a dozen sites that we narrowed down to 3 to make the final cut for further study. Any chance you could bring that map up on the computer, maybe? So, and I assume at this point you all have had our detailed report and have had a chance to study it. You'll be able to be quizzed on page 6 and what it says. Okay, never mind. So we had 3 sites, just to recap, that we took to further study. We involved a hydrogeologist to go through and look at it from a groundwater generation standpoint. And then we looked at it from a site civil access, closeness to streams and potential flooding. And the
There it is.
hydrogeologist identified that at site 3, which is the one that's out on Route 7, on the north side there, which I've got my little pointer.
Yes, you do.
Maybe? Maybe. Woohoo. There we go. Site 3. That one is very close to a fault, a hydrologic fault in the ground. So that one is definitely the riskiest of sites. You could drill a hole there and try and put a well in and ultimately not get anything to show for it. So in my recommendation, we don't further consider that one. So kind of looking at site 1, which is the one that is, again, let me see here, just to the south of the park. That one had some nice features in the fact that we've got an 8-inch water main nearby. We have no contamination issues from TCEQ to deal with. This is the one that the hydrogeologist liked the best. The well would be about 2,000 feet in this location. But it does have a little bit of a challenge in the fact that it is close to the creek. So there are no floodplains mapped in Falls County. So we think we're high enough in that location, but floodplains haven't been studied in Falls County. And then also getting to that physical location is a little bit of a challenge. You've got you've got the park set up with a ball field that would ultimately have to have crossing to it, or we'd have to look at that particular property. Is there a way that the property owner would give us access in another location? So the access on that site's a little bit more challenging to get to, as opposed to Site 2. Now, Site 2, being just north of FM 1239, that one has nice, easy in access. It is the one that's the furthest away from any of your other wells, so it's going to have the less interference with your other wells. So like if you're running your other wells, drawing from that same aquifer, at Site 1, you're probably going to get a little bit less yield than you would out at Site 2, just because you're already taking the water from that aquifer at that particular moment. This one's a little bit further away from the creek, which is nice, but it does have a little bit of a complication in the fact that there's already an easement on the property for the gas transmission mains. So we'd have to work around that. We would definitely have to bore underneath the liquid gas transmission main to get water out to 1239. Not impossible, just a little bit more of a challenge. So between Site 1 and Site 2, the hydrogeologist liked Site 1. I could go either way with Site 1 or Site 2. There's advantages and disadvantages to both. No strong, compelling reason to be one over the other, in my mind.
Okay, all right. Do we have any questions? Mr. Wiggins?
Okay, if we could get access off of Highway 7 for that Site 1, I think that would make it a lot better instead of going up through
Through the park?
through the park. And Pam, I know because this is Mr. Cook's land, and I believe Pam might have spoke with her dad about this. Did he say that he would be open to selling us some property that would?
Pam, would you mind
You want to
coming
come
up
to the mic, please, ma'am?
Yeah.
The property is owned by 4 of us girls. So
Okay.
the
Ooh.
girls are willing to sell property for the road.
Okay, good.
Okay, yeah,
How much? I don't know.
right, right,
You know,
right.
you got,
Right.
you got
But they're talking and
4.
willing.
Right, you got 4, I understand, but
Yeah.
you know, as we talked about, we
Right.
could go along the property line
Right.
and we wouldn't need that much, I don't know, 20, 40 foot or whatever Gene thinks, to enough to get up to curve and go
Yeah.
around, not cut through the middle of the property, and we could build a road.
Yeah. That would be the only thing that property we would charge for. The other was to give the other land to the city
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
for the well.
all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
I guess generous.
So the well side is free, but we had to just pay for the road, which
Yes.
is very, very generous.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I guess at this time, if there's any more questions, maybe we can get a motion to. Oh, Mr. McGrew, do you have a question, hon? Or sir?
No, it's okay. Well,
He's studying.
yeah, I'm studying.
You're studying.
Okay.
Questions on
Okay,
page
you have a
6 are
question
coming
from
up.
us? Okay, come on, you can ask a question, sir.
You were saying on side 3, that's where the LP line is?
Site 2.
Side 2, okay.
Site 2 is a natural gas transmission facility, and some mains cross that property.
You know what size that is?
The size of the transmission mains? No.
I was trying to make it clear about what that was on that, because
No.
I know.
Oh, no.
True, yeah.
Yeah, especially a
That's
gas
true.
line.
Okay. Ms. Combs, did you have another question?
On March the 4th, I've taken that day off to go to Falls County to look up the easement
Okay.
to see, because it had a period that it would end. So we haven't renewed it. So that's what I need to go find out. This easement was signed back in 1930. I mean, you know,
Oh, wow.
it was
Yeah.
back a long time ago. So I've got to go look that up.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Pam.
Mr. Talbert, you have a question?
Yeah.
I want to give you my 2 cents for it, what
Well,
it's worth.
you give it to me, I'm listening.
I've been dealing with water 50 years,
Yes, sir.
and I want to tell you that the Duty Park on Mr. Cook's land is the best by far. And it's up there, you're a long way from the creek, regardless of what these people say. You're on top of the hill. And you need to go to the house and the Second Trinity. That's where the most quality water is. And you get much more water out of there than any other place. First thing, I want to commend the council pursuing this, because we need the water.
Yes, sir.
And even with all these houses coming, it ain't gonna be enough. So we're gonna have to continue to depend on Bluebonnet. So that's my recommendation for whatever it's worth.
Okay, well, we appreciate you,
I
sir.
didn't want to come, but I thought it was important
Yes, sir.
because this is the future of the city
Yes, sir.
and the community. So I thank all of you, every one of you.
We thank you too, sir.
Thank you for your knowledge and your wisdom.
Well, I'm concerned.
And we appreciate it.
care.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Anybody else have any more questions? Yes, ma'am.
Regarding Duty Park, the BE Ball Club does have a lease with the city because we do use those fields. Would this interfere with us ever wanting to place an irrigation system on our fields? I mean, that would be more of talking once we get to that point, once we have the funding, but I'm just looking
Are
long
y'all
term.
planning on putting irrigation in later on with the
It's
ballpark?
in the talks.
It's
You
in
know,
the
we don't
talks.
have the funding for it right now. But we've brought it
In
up
the
just because
future.
we are trying to keep the fields as healthy as we can year-round. And so I worry, I don't want to stop the water from the city by any means. I know we need it. I just don't want, I want to know if if that will prevent us from being able to have.
I
an
don't think
irrigation
putting a well in would prevent y'all from using water for an irrigation. No, ma'am. It should not interfere whatsoever with the irrigation.
I mean, I heard y'all say park and that it was going under, and I'm like,
I know.
I don't know anything about this, but I was just wondered about
And I'll quickly speak to that as well. This is in the preliminary stages, right? And so until we select a site, we didn't want to reach out to the ball club and start talking about access rights. That kind of comes into the next step there. And what direction council wants to go with which way we want to access it is going to affect how our discussion goes on that. But we'll definitely pull y'all into the loop because we
Oh,
don't
yes.
want to stop the good that you're doing for our community.
No, ma'am. We keep
Thank
y'all
you.
in. Okay. Okay, Mr. Wiggins?
Okay, and again, with that site one, you know, if the price, you know, on that is roughly a little under 5 million. But, you know, you got to understand what comes with that is 100,000 gallon ground storage tank, 10,000 gallon pneumatic storage tank, and a booster pump station with chemical rooms. Emergency generator has also been included. Is that right, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So that's just, when you look at that price, that's just not for drilling that well and getting it operational. And so I'll make the motion that we proceed with site number one, and also with the recommendation that we proceed with getting with the Cook family or the girls there and trying to get the road land that goes up off of 10 or off of 7 up to this site.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right. You second that, Mr. Prater? Okay. All in favor? Unanimous. Okay. It sounds like we got site number 1. Okay.
On to the next phase. How do you pay for it, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Now we just got to pay for it.
Thank
But
you
yes,
so much
ma'am.
for coming out,
Thank you
Sue.
very much for coming out tonight.
You're welcome.
We appreciate you. Thank you. Okay. Number 11, it's our Public Works Director, Gene Sprout.
Yes. So, on our report, we had, what was it, 8 leaks that we fixed last month. I don't know exactly what size they were on all of them because I wasn't here.
He can't hear it? You can't hear Gene? Okay. I'm
Oh.
sorry?
They're talking about the slide.
Oh.
But, and then we had 70 work orders for turnoffs
Okay.
and 10 reconnects. Well, the 70 turnoffs, I wasn't here when they did them, but I don't think there were that many. I think those print out early after the 15th, and then they go through and they clear some of them out. So we
Yes.
don't actually get all of them. I don't know exactly how many. I have to get with Laura and see if she can, narrow that down. Or
Okay.
get with Janie, being she's in that position now.
All right.
And as far as street repair, I got to looking at my paper. I don't know if I didn't print out enough or what, but I thought I'd updated it for last month. I don't know if y'all have a copy of it or not. If not, it's on the tablet. But we do not have any more totes of asphalt. We have since got a Durapatcher, and as soon as the guys get a lot better at it, you'll see a lot more improvement. I think Ricky seen us yesterday on Melissa doing some patching.
Yes, sir.
And, we trying to pick some areas that we know need work to get more used to that equipment, because it's not something you're gonna learn overnight.
Yes, sir.
The water loss for the month was higher. And the only thing I can say is, we're out walking and looking for leaks. If there's leaks somewhere we don't know about, somebody sees them, call us so we can get them fixed.
Yes, sir.
But 43% is high. I'm not gonna lie. But for us to be able to bring that number down, we're gonna have to do a little bit better estimating on our water loss for our leaks.
Yes, sir.
Because, a 6-inch leak could start tomorrow and we won't know about it. We fixed one that leaked well over a week, last week, and we ran the numbers on the wells. And with that leak, it was leaking bad enough we could find it on the well readings. We don't know how long it leaked before. So that's kind of why the water loss is up and down, trying to get the guys to get a better, I guess, calculation on each leak. It's kind of hard to do, but
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Well, we appreciate everything y'all do for us out there. Okay,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Wiggins.
Okay, on that water loss, that's terrible, because we lost more than we sold. And so we're in the hole. I know I talked to you about this before. Obviously, you know how much you sell. That's metered, right?
Right, but I
Okay.
don't see that while I'm doing the work orders for the leaks. 'Cause
No,
when
I
Right.
understand that, but you can say it's more or less a guess, kind of. I'll say on the difference between what you flushed and then what's lost. If you go out and flush a hydrant or something like that, right? And where does the if the fire department has a fire and they get water from the fire hydrant, does that come out of the flush section? Does that go toward the flushed?
That I would have to ask Laura, but I do, when they have a fire, they write it on their run sheets, and I get a copy of the run sheets at the end of the month and add up all the water loss. And water loss for training, if we flushed hydrants, if we tested hoses, and stuff like that. And then I'll write that number down and turn it into Laura with the flushing report. So I don't know what is lost as far as flushed compared to leaks until she runs the numbers at the end of the month.
Right. I guess one thing, if you know from the fire department standpoint of what maybe for the month that they did,
Right.
you know, and you report that to Laura, maybe somewhere in this report we could write down something about the fire department usage and this, you know, don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to say let's charge the fire department water. That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm just trying to say let's account the accountability for it. I think that would help this report if we said, you know, the fire department had some fires or they had some wrecks that required water or whatever. And so some of that would account for some of this.
Right.
Now, when we have as you said, you have a 6-inch or 8-inch line and you have a break in that line, I mean, there's going to be a lot of water loss.
Right, exactly.
And y'all had some of that
Right.
occur. And, you know, it's going to happen. We know that. It's going to happen,
Right.
especially with this infrastructure, our infrastructure being older. You know, it's frail,
Right.
so it's going to happen. But just be mindful of that and try to maybe give us a better, include the fire department.
Yeah, I
in there
mean,
somehow.
I can have her, it won't go on this report, but I can get it on a separate page
Yeah.
when we turn it in.
Yeah, I mean-
Because, you know, I just go over there and look
Right.
at their run sheets and write it down. If they say they use 10,000 gallons, if I wasn't there, then that's what
Yeah.
I go with. And then, you know,
Right.
training is an estimated.
Right,
but,
right.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
believe there's a person up here or out
Right.
there is going to say, boy, that fire department used too much water.
Right.
And did y'all charge them for that water? I
Now-
don't believe nobody's going to do that.
No. So, and then
But-
on our dead end flushing, we have quite a few dead end flush valves, whether it be a hydrant or a valve coming out of the ground that we open to flush water and stuff. So I got to looking to buy one at USA Blue Book, and that's the only one I've got today. It was an automatic flush valve, where it'll open at a certain time and it'll flush for a certain amount of time, which would get your water loss. You know, you knew how much you flushed each time. But those things run $5,100 a piece. And yeah.
That was my
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
I mean, I'm looking into all of this, and I
Right.
see what you're saying. And I think a lot of it too is not having the accurate number on our leaks. The guys need to be a little bit mindful. You know, we can't go back to January and put on February's leak report because that month's gone. So we have to start, did this leak start February the 1st and we fixed it the 10th? You know, we got to count for 10 days back. We can't go 30 days back because that's already accounted for. But I got to get them into that mindset that if we fix it on this day, we need to try to determine, look at the ground, is it black, been leaking for a while because it's black, got the roots around it, Richard knows, and or is the grass white, bleached, you know, has it been
Right.
leaking pretty good? And that's what I'd get them mindful on,
Yeah.
so we can get this better under control. I agree.
Yeah. Thank you, Gene.
And we got the vac trailer also last week.
Oh, yeah.
So you'll see that out and about. You'll see the Durapatcher. And we've already, you know, worked out something with the county. We've gotten a couple loads of rock from them. But, you know, we're working in the right direction. Hopefully, we can get some of the roads better than what they
Yes.
are.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
y'all
you.
very much. Oh,
I
we
have
got a question
I have
here.
a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a citizen ask me this, and I didn't know what to tell them. And so I'm gonna ask you. They were told that we were giving water to the solar plant.
No, we're not giving water.
Okay, are we,
They are,
okay,
they're
I should say
buying water.
supplying water.
They're buying water from metered water.
Are we charging them at a discount or at cost or regular rate?
They're getting the same rates everybody else would, I believe. They may be getting a little bit higher. I don't know. I'm not in the office on that part.
Okay, and do we have a written agreement with them?
They have a agreement. They have an account set up. They had to pay a deposit and everything else,
Okay. And
just
the
like a regular customer.
Why didn't the council know
About what?
the agreement? I mean, how can I get information to a
Ask for it.
citizen?
You come up and
And I
ask.
thought agreements were supposed to come through the council.
Oh, so the
You're talking about the solar farm in Falls County, the one that's coming in Falls County? Is that the one on Facebook stuff? All that's Facebook stuff? Yeah.
I had a person specifically ask me
It's-
about that.
They're talking about the solar
Right,
plant coming to
right.
Falls County.
So they sign a service agreement just like anybody else with water service. It's metered. We put a meter on a hydrant,
Okay.
and they pay a bill monthly, and we read it at the same time we read our
Okay.
meters.
So I can tell the citizen that we're not discounting and that they
No,
have a meter, and it's just like if another company came and wanted to buy water, and we gave them a meter,
Right.
and, okay. Because I need to know what to tell them.
So
And the citizen can come to the city and ask to speak to somebody about this, and, you know, they can call up here and ask. We can give them all the information they need. We can give them, if they even can even get copies of stuff, you know.
Okay.
And just to address the agreement question on that one, so the agreement that was signed with this company to purchase this bulk water to bring to the solar plant in Falls County, they used our standard water service agreement that
Okay.
council has approved by
Oh,
ordinance.
okay,
And-
okay. Well, I just needed to know what to tell her, because she was not real
It's a good-
thrilled about it.
it's a
She
good
thought, because things were said, you know how the social media is, and I didn't have any answers for her. So, thank you, Jean. Now I have some.
Okay, Mr. Wiggins, you
How
have a
big
question?
is this project going on in Falls County about solar farm? I hadn't heard nothing about it.
I don't know the size of it. I mean, they're really, to me, it was a shock when they wanted water because, you know, they're in Falls County. It's a lot of black dirt, and you know what are you gonna need that much water for? But
Well, it's okay, we're selling it to
Yeah.
them.
right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if
So
I didn't
we
think,
might be able to sell them a lot of water.
if
Yes,
I
sir.
didn't think we
That's
could
right.
handle it, I would not.
Sure,
like, I had a guy
yes.
call today wanting to get on from Troy to Eddy, and with us already having them on our system, I didn't want to put another contractor and hurt the city at all. You
Right,
know.
Well,
exactly
that
right.
was her concern was, you know, here are people in the city needing water, but they're not understanding that it's because of the pipes and the infrastructure.
If
They're
the
not
citizens in
understanding
the
that.
city, 90% of them, if they will come in and do a meter study, they'll know what they have to do as far as if they can get a meter, what upgrades need to be done, and, you know, follow through with it, and, you know, they'll know.
Right,
you
and
know.
this is coming out of a fire hydrant.
Right.
Right, so that's a whole different, and I did, you know, kind of say, hey, this is a fire hydrant, it's not like you're tapping into you're needing a 6-inch or 8-inch line.
Right,
It's
right.
a different thing.
And the meter is ours, and we read it monthly, just like we do regular meters.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am,
you.
you have a question?
It is Blevins, right?
I want to say off Blevins is what I heard, but
At
we,
the
you
end
know,
of
it's outside of our
1239.
ETJ, outside the city limits. We don't have much information on it.
Right.
Okay, okay.
But, you know, when we had issues last week, they were at the feed store pulling water, So when we started getting calls about low pressure, we moved it to the TV station to eliminate that being the issue. And
Okay.
that wasn't the issue, it was the leak by the liquor store
Yeah.
is why everybody had low pressure.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Gene.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? All right, that's it. Okay, moving right along. Engineers report.
Yes, Council Mayor, we have been provided with the engineering report from MRB Group, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I believe Sue's back here as well. She might be able to hop in and tag team that with me.
Okay. Any questions for the engineer report? Anybody? Mr. Wiggins?
Let's see here. What about the updated probable cost information? Do we have that? I had that wrote down.
Oh, yes, for Ascent Travel Center.
Yes.
Okay. So that one has been provided to the developer of Ascent Travel Center. They have countered back and provided evidence how they do not believe that it is going to be at that value. And so I believe Lee has finished a review of that again and sent that over to me by email. I just haven't had time to take action on it yet.
Okay. All right. That's all.
All right. Anything else?
Yeah. No. Thank you.
All right, Kent Manton, City Administrator's report.
Mayor, Council, thank you once again. I will be as brief as I possibly can. I'll cut out as much slack as I need to based on all the other discussions that we've
He
had.
only has 10 pages up here.
I know. Feel free to stop me if you have any questions here. Number one on our Chapter 54 case. So that was filed earlier in the month. We actually had our first hearing on that take place today. A second hearing has been set for March the 4th. So we are making progress on that code violation issues in Shady Shores. I believe we already touched base on the Durapatcher. Sewer system update. So this is a big one here. So after council's approval last month of the revised sewer system design and rebid plan, both Tabor and Associates and the city, we hopped right into action. The city then forwarded over our unofficial minutes from that 2-1 meeting to Terry Chenoweth at USDA to verify council's recent decision to move forward with a rebid of the sewer system project using the revised plans and a plan of action to do a base bid with options for alternatives. So I'm awaiting the next steps from Terry to prepare for bid authorization. We're going to do our very best to ensure that this takes place before June of 2024 to make sure that we do not have to comply with the Build America, Buy America Act, which would increase these costs even further. Right now, we're on a waiver for that, just in case anybody was wondering. Tabor Associates did not prepare an engineering update for the council this month, but they did pass along the following statement. I'll go ahead and read that for everybody. We have scheduled to submit all the required amended documents to USDA Rural Development on Tuesday, February 20th, and then we'll be awaiting on USDA Rural Development's review and response to proceed with the rebid. So they did follow through with that. They have submitted all the materials to our loan officer. She's forwarded all those to the state engineering office in Temple. And so they've got all the documentation that they need to keep this thing moving forward. On the second note there, we have worked with representatives from MRB Group to get us signed up for a TxDOT right-of-way system. I guess they just transferred into a new portal. It's a bit cumbersome, a little tricky. So we got signed up for an account this morning for that, and that project will work for our sewer system and also be a part of this 1239 water line improvement project. On the next one here, we have requested additional funding on the sewer system from Congressman Pete Sessions' office as a congressional appropriation. Just waiting to hear back from one of their aides to set up a time to discuss what that potentially could look like. And then lastly, we did meet with USDA's rider agency, Texas Rural Water Association, on our current sewer system budget and rate structure in mind of the reduced amount of connections that we're probably going to have to deal with as we adjust the sewer system design. And that wraps up the sewer system. Any questions on that before I move along to water system stuff? Nope. Okay. Water system. So we did get an update on our active PUC case in our water meter moratorium area in Falls County. There was a motion made to dismiss the complaint that was active without prejudice. So I'll be getting with our city attorneys on the next steps in that process. Friendly Oaks, We were expecting to get this thing back up and running in early February. We obviously have not met that goal. We have been speaking with our contractors on this project, and we plan on getting this thing tested next week. We've touched base with Jurgensen, get them on standby. The main issue here is that we really want to make sure that this VFD is properly, how do you want to say that one, tweaked for the equipment that we're going to be running with it. So we want to make sure we got all our ducks in a row before we turn this thing back on and get into those summer months when we're really going to need this well. So that's set for next week. The sight glass repair is forthcoming. Supposed to get those parts in tomorrow.
They've got the parts that's supposed to be built.
Okay. So making progress on it. Not exactly where we want to be, but making progress on that. West Ridge. So we were expecting that the booster pump on West Ridge was going to be back in service in about 90 days. That one's already been knocked out as of what, yesterday? I got that back up and running? So that's good news. West Ridge is the site that pulls in all the water from Blue Bonnet and distributes that throughout the rest of the water system. And with that, I do not believe I have any updates on development unless y'all have any questions about those specifically. We actually touched base on several of those agenda items tonight. And that is all I have.
That's all you have?
Yep.
Well, here I was thinking bad about you. Thank you, Kent.
Absolutely.
All right, 14, consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda will be considered by the city council and will be enacted on by one motion. There will be no separate discussions of these items unless a council member or a member of the public so request. A, approval of the minutes. B, financial. C, grazing lease agreement. D, grazing lease agreement for Troy Parker. E, annual financial statement with independent auditor's report. F, interlocal corporation contract failure to appear program. G, SKE Engineering, Friendly Oaks groundwater well. And that's it. Do we have anything that needs to be pulled out, or can we get a motion on these items? Okay. Do we have a motion to accept all these?
I'll make a motion to accept all the consent agenda items.
Okay. A second? Okay, Mr. Prater seconded it. He beat you. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. It was, yeah, Mr. Griffin. Sorry, I said Prater, but it was Griffin. Well, y'all next to each other down there. All right. Everybody's kind of used to me anyway on names. I'm kind of like my mother. She had to go through all 14 kids before she got to the right one.
And call every one of them by their first and second
Okay,
name.
16. No, where's 15 at? Oh, there it is. Okay. 15 is executive session. It is.
We didn't vote. We didn't vote on
All in favor? Yeah, okay, I thought we did, yeah.
I didn't see us vote on it.
Okay, 15, executive session. It is now 7:38, and we are going into executive session. The city council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following: termination appeals to mayor and city council, consultation with attorney regarding review of termination appeal. B, All right, it is now 8:15 PM, and the executive session is closed, and it is 8:15 PM, and our regular session is open. All right. Okay, so we're going to go to C. Possibility action of issue discussed in executive session. So do we have a,
Yeah.
Mr.
Hold on, give me a second.
Okay, we'll be with y'all in just one moment. It's still early. Are y'all freezing already? Good, see? I done good.
Freezing. Feels good.
I know it does to me. I had it down to 69, I think, or 68. Because it was hot earlier.
In your ear.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do right now. So I can read it?
Okay. All right, Mr. McGruer?
Okay, after executive session and discussing with our attorney, we received a recommendation from the city administrator for the termination of Thomas Arnold from city employment. We've reviewed all the materials presented, and at this time, I would move to uphold the recommendation of the city administrator for the termination of Thomas Arnold.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. McGriffin seconded. All in favor? Unanimous. Sorry. Okay. All right. Number 16, Water Company of America contract. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action on a contract with Water Company of America for the provision of services that will include data analysis and field investigation of the city of Bruceville-Eddy's water system and billing software to search for missing billing opportunities with the end goal of increasing revenues and reducing water loss.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So this was an item that was brought before you back in August of last year. We're looking for all sorts of different avenues to reduce our water loss. The company, Water Company of America Representative Shane could not be with us tonight. He was caught up in Pearland tonight. But he did send some additional information here for your review. Let me see if I can skip through here a little bit. Janie, you mind pushing through? Or is it all kind of caught up?
It's like on a slide.
I was wondering. Okay, I was wondering, maybe that's just part of the transitions on his slideshow. It just pushes forward. Excuse me. I apologize, folks. We'll get through this on here. Okay, so as a water system, everybody has to deal with water loss, right? Ours has been significant in some months. Other months, it has been down. But Water Company of America could potentially come in and help us account for some of this lost revenue, some of this water, that water loss that we're experiencing. So the contract with WCA was reviewed by our city attorney. That was kind of why we've been waiting so long. They've had it under review. Of course, they had some staffing changes that resulted in the length being extended here. But WCA's contract is performance-based. That means that they have an incentive to discover opportunities for lost revenue, whether that's a faulty meter, whether that's a potential leak, an unauthorized connection, or something like that. So the way that their fee structure works here is that they have that they would take 50% of any lost revenue that they identify and that they push onto the city and that we correct for a period of 48 months. Other than that, they do not get compensated. After that 48-month period, the city gets 100% of that revenue. So a review of the other clients indicates that based on our current 2,000 or so accounts, an average of $25 increase per connection, we would see anywhere from $25,000 to $50,000 in additional revenue per year. That's very preliminary estimate on how much this could potentially help us. It really all depends on what they find during their investigations. Do we have multiple accounts that are improperly reading, or is it just kind of a handful of stuff? But the burden of finding those issues is going to be on Water Company of America. So some issues with this for staff. It will take time away from myself and Public Works folks to coordinate all the work orders. The way the process works is WCA uses their proprietary software. They're going to help narrow in on potential issues within our utility billing software and see if there's any opportunities for this. And then they're going to send us a work order to go out into the field and to further investigate. And when we go out there, if we discover something, then we have to report that back to them. They also are going to send a field team out for a period of about a week or 2 weeks to see if there's anything in the field that they are able to determine. All in all, the idea or the hope is that we would see about a 5% reduction in our unaccounted for water. So we talked about this a little bit during the Public Works Director's report. We've got this huge amount of water that's escaping our system every month, and the majority of that is all based on our estimates. All based on estimated loss due to flushing that we can't record accurately right now, or a huge leak that we discover and who knows how long it's been broken. It could have been that way for 2 weeks. Was it in rock? Was it in dirt? How much was escaping? It's all an estimate. And so at the end of the day, we're wanting to see a reduction in the unaccounted for water. So there's many different approaches we can go here. We could hire in a consultant to come in and put some master meters. MRB Group does this service. We've approached Samco Leak Detection to provide this service. TRWA actually has a leak detection team and equipment. All of those cost money directly from the city of Bruceville-Eddy. So from what I was seeing here with a contract with WCA, this would be an opportunity to address some low-hanging fruit. It takes the burden off of the city. The cost, we're only eligible for those costs if issues are found. So I would just note on here, I think all of you have in your packets the comments that came from our city attorney's office so that you're aware of some of the potential issues within that contract. And then I did reach out to 3 of the references that were provided to me. The only one that was returned, I got a phone call back from the city of Beaumont, and they had nothing but positive things to say about the contract that they're currently in. Now, on that note, they were a previous customer back in the day. They had this service. They discontinued the service, which we could certainly do at some point if we feel like the value is no longer there. And then they have restarted that service as well to see if there's any additional issues that have popped up. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you have.
Yes, sir.
Okay, as per our water system, and they have to flush periodically. Is this once a month?
TCEQ requires monthly flushing of our dead end mains.
Is there a set amount of time that each place has to be flushed?
No, it's all going to be dependent upon getting that chlorine residual back up and making sure that the water is
Okay, so they check chlorine
showing clean.
residual. That tells them when they're good on the flush and they can stop flushing at that point.
You got it. Yep, and they'll get out there and they'll do the test and see that residual start picking back up into the values that they need to see out in the field,
Right.
and then that's when they cut off the spigot.
Okay, I was just trying to understand how the flushing of this system worked. So,
Sure.
thank you.
Yep, and sometimes they have to flush in addition to if you find a leak. You want to keep flushing to kind of lower that water pressure down just a little bit so the leak can be repaired in the field.
I have a question.
Any other question, Mr. Prater?
What's the time limit of once they give us the work order that we have to address it?
If I remember correctly, it's 30 days.
30 days, okay. That's reasonable.
Any other questions? Okay. All right, do we have a motion or anything? Mr. McGraw? Okay. To consider,
That's correct.
yes, sir. Mrs. Wiggins?
What is the cancellation policy on that?
Yeah, it's a good question.
What is the cancellation clause in?
Begins with the city issuing a notice to proceed. This phase is the operations period where WCA is determining needed changes and making recommendations to the city and continue written agreement of both parties. Phase 2, the 48th month period with which WCA is receiving its share of increased revenues. So this would last for 36 months.
3 years.
And I'm not seeing, unless council, y'all are seeing something where we can provide notice for termination. I'm not seeing that one. Yeah.
Well,
3 years.
Okay. So,
Okay, so I guess I'll make a motion that the council approve a contract with Water Company of America for the provision of services that will include data analysis and field investigation of the city of Bruceville-Eddy's water system and billing software to search for missing billing opportunities with the end goal of increasing revenue and reducing water loss.
do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, that was Mr. Griffin?
Prater.
Prater this time. Y'all sound alike. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. 17, Falls County Water Main Improvements, Phase 1 Project Update. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action to receive an update from the city administrator on the project along with a request to proceed with the project without the previously sought after easements from adjourned property owners.
Mayor, thank you so much. So wanted to bring this back before council. Again, we're talking about priority number 1 in Falls County, FM 1239. So previously, we had gone with the best practice of trying to acquire easements along the right-of-way for this project. And I'll just move forward a little bit so we can, Janie, you mind pushing forward on that one? There we go. Okay. So we were working to obtain that utility easement from all the adjoining property owners. I think we received 3 to date, Pam? Was that the total? Yes. We had approximately 10 to 11 landowners that we were seeking these utility easements from. So after we had discussion in early January about some of the concerns from the property owners about, what this easement would look like legally, we finally got the right-of-way information from TxDOT. We had to actually get that through a public information request. So previously, we were thinking just by the look of the land or the lay of the land that right-of-way was probably 50 feet, maybe 60 feet. Well, it turns out that it's actually 80 feet. So a lot bigger than we were expecting. And then on top of that, we did reach out to our city attorney's office. We had some concerns about what constituted a blanket easement. Well, in order for us to get to a point where we no longer have a blanket easement, then a meets and bounds would have to be included into that easement, and that requires an active survey on the property. So with these things in mind, I wanted to kind of go over a couple concerns that we had on this project and why we're requesting to move this forward in the right-of-way now, kind of a 180 from where we were. So I talked a little bit about that 80-foot wide easement or right-of-way that we currently have. City attorney was saying that if we needed to move forward and make this easement, more restrictive, i.e. not a blanket, we'd have to do that survey. And so after discussing with MRB Group, we thought that we'd be in a better position to go ahead and move this project forward within the right-of-way. We will, however, need a permit from TxDOT to do this. Mind giving me that power there, Janie? There we go. Is it flipping? Okay, you can just leave it on me and I'll take it from there. There we go. So if we choose to pursue the best practice of placing these lines in the dedicated easement, which was our original intent here, we would likely be looking at some sort of delay anywhere between 6 months to a year. And that's due to us having to perform those surveys. We would have to generate property-specific easements with each of the landowners. As they previously informed council, they're looking for certain stipulations. And then we would have to perform any negotiations with those property owners for what they're willing to give us that easement for. So additional water meters, maybe money. So with those things in mind, we think it's best to move forward with the project in the right-of-way. Remember, we have a grant, the local or coronavirus local relief fund, in the amount of $420,000 that needs to be allocated by the end of this year and spent by the end of 2026. So we want to make sure that we're putting those dollars to use. So just another key point on this one, MRB Group has already begun a preliminary survey of the right-of-way, and with their field conditions, they have observed that many of the fence lines are currently encroaching into the right-of-way. So we also want to make sure that we're not having any additional issues with the property owners. So what we would also like to do is make sure that we're working outside of those fence lines, but also on the opposite side of the ditch, so that if this road were ever to be expanded, which seems unlikely at this point, but could potentially occur down the road, that the city of Bruceville-Eddy is not on the hook to move this entire water line at our cost. So brass tacks, while this is not the ideal scenario, it's likely the best interest of the water system and to our current and future customers to proceed with this project. This will ensure that we're staying on track to spend that allocated grant fund on time and make sure that we're making progress on those infrastructure upgrades that are needed in Falls County. So my recommendation on this one is to approve tonight or to refer this to the Infrastructure Planning Committee should we need additional research. And I'll answer any questions you have.
Anyone have any questions?
I do.
If not, okay, Mr. Griffin?
So we're gonna move forward without the easements at all?
That's my recommendation to you tonight.
Are we gonna need the easements later?
Again, ideally, it would be great to have those easements. If we have to go through the process of obtaining them, it's going to be a very cumbersome process. Of course, staff is more than willing to do that. We probably kick that off as previously proposed, where we have a meeting with our engineers, maybe our city attorney in with that, and then invite the property owners to hear what they're looking for in their easements. But there's still no guarantee that we would be able to secure all those, especially in a timely fashion.
Well, this is just in the right-of-way, though, right? This ain't on their property, it's outside their fence line.
Well, right now, it's probably on a mix of the right-of-way and maybe some private property. That's yet to be determined on exactly where we're at. But previously, we had requested that all of this be put in private property within an easement, a dedicated easement. And right now, we're recommending that we just forget about the easements and that we just proceed with this right-of-way, which is a little bit bigger than what we were thinking it was to begin with. Does that answer all the questions down there?
Okay, Mr. McGurr?
I don't know whether this would be an imposition. She's probably going to yell at me later. But Susan, can you talk to me about what we're looking at with the easement and without the easement on this, in this? How is that going to impact our project?
So how does it impact the project to put the water line in the right-of-way versus putting it in an easement?
Well, we're talking about proceeding with the project, but not obtaining the right-of-way. So what's that going to do to our project?
Well, if we had direction to go to put it in the right-of-way, we would be able to start design tomorrow and keep the project moving along, versus if we have to do the easement route, like Kent mentioned, we now have to do a survey of it, negotiate the easement process, and it lengthens the amount of time before we would be ready to bid the project.
So I'm gathering here that it's feasible to do it without getting an additional easement to work in the easement that we already have. Is that correct? Or do we have an easement?
You don't have an easement existing.
So we're just going to do it
You're going to stick within the public right-of-way.
in public right away? Okay. So,
So we'd be going right here in this area.
okay, and that's
The
feasible
risk-
to do
The
that?
risk in being in the public right-of-way is that ultimately TxDOT comes back and says, we want to widen this road, your water line's in our way, move it out of our way. That's
Okay.
the risk. And what Kent was trying to convey was, we're going to try and move it to the very edge of that right-of-way so that if the road does get widened for some reason,
Right there.
it's hopefully out of the way.
Okay, and the feasibility of that road being expanded is minimal, I think?
Yeah.
We don't know.
It's everyone's crystal ball.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Okay, so, okay, thank you, I think I'm,
All right.
thank you, Susan.
Yep.
So do we have a motion or more questions?
No.
Mr. Wiggins?
Yeah. I make a motion that we approve what the city administrator stated, is that we just go with the public right-of-way.
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Prater seconded. All in favor? Unanimous, okay. Wiggins and Prater. Okay. Number 18, National Day of Prayer. Council to discuss and consider and possibly take action on hosting of a second annual National Day of Prayer at City Hall on May the 2nd of 2024. Is there any questions?
Mayor, I'm sorry, I did not prepare a presentation on this one. This was a request by a council member to just bring this up before the council, kind of make it a general discussion, make sure everybody was on the same page before we essentially allow a semi-private event to take place in City Hall.
I believe we did it last year, didn't we?
Yes, sir, we did.
Yeah, that's the only thing I was gonna say. Didn't we do this last year? Wasn't it a great turnout
was a
for
great
it?
turnout.
It was pretty
Yes.
good, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll
you
make
know.
a motion to accept this
Okay,
National Day of Prayer.
okay.
I'm going to abstain
Okay, all
because
in-
I'm the one
Yeah.
doing it, so I'm,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of having National Day Prayer on May the 2nd?
Here at City Hall.
Here at City Hall on May the
Yes.
2nd. Thank you, gentlemen. It has been passed. All right. 19, Deer Creek Municipal Utility District, Director's nomination. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action to nominate an appointment to the Board of Directors of the Deer Creek Municipal Utility District.
Mayor, council, once more. We haven't heard a whole lot from the Deer Creek Mud in a while. Got several updates on that over the past month. The item that we're bringing before you tonight is the appointment of a director to the MUD. This is a promise or an offer that they made as a part of council granting their consent to establish this within our ETJ. So just for everybody's knowledge, the MUD is currently establishing their governing board. It's going to be directors, 5 in total. Just to note, this commitment would require the assumption of the duties and responsibilities incumbent upon this role. And so those have all been provided by council, or provided to council. I'm so sorry. Janie, can you push forward for me? There we go. This would require semi-regular trips to Austin. Meetings will be compensated by a fee of $210 along with any reasonable expenses incurred in the line of service. So there is that commitment. Secondly, they're going to have to execute a bond payable to the MUD for the faithful performance of his or her duties. Just note that insurance coverage for errors and omissions and all that will be provided to the director. The director will be required also to sign a special warranty deed for membership in the district. Now, right now, typically a MUD is governed by those folks, similar to an HOA for the property owners who are part of that district. Well, right now, there's not really many property owners. It's certainly not enough to make up a 5-member board. So that the way they do this in the initial phases of a MUD is they sign this special warranty that conveys an interest into a property, but it's a non-recourse interest. So there's no way that, anybody's going to be legally obligated to be owed anything on that. And then when that service on the MUD is up, then that interest is conveyed back to the MUD as a whole. The time commitment on this will be minimal initially, but it will increase as momentum builds and activity starts to increase with the MUD. Just so you know, whoever y'all appoint will not officially represent the city of Bruceville-Eddy and our interests in this capacity. So I would just make a note to council to consider a nominee that has the ability to fully commit to this endeavor, is eligible, and will have, Bruceville-Eddy citizens' interests at the top of mind as they discharge their duties as a MUD director. The MUD is requesting a nominee name and contact information no later than tomorrow.
And if you have time to do it.
Exactly. So with that, I'll open it up for any discussion.
Okay, Mr. Wiggins.
Okay. I don't believe that it can be any council member, because on the qualifications it says not be simultaneously serving in another civil office for which he or she is entitled to compensation. Well, we might not get much. We do
It's
get
$12.
compensation. So I don't believe it can be anybody sitting up here. I just don't. Now, let me talk about this a minute, because we might could do can't. But as far as any council member or the mayor, we can't. But I don't see why we couldn't do can't. Yeah. If he would, we got to know tomorrow.
There's that 200.
We got, yeah.
Sure. Well, let me put this back on council. There is that provision that says that it can't be an elected official who's entitled to compensation. If council did want to appoint somebody from the governing body here, they could always do that contingent upon me checking with our city attorney and making sure that this is legal. Mm-hmm. And if it is not legal, then we could go with some sort of backup nomination. If you would like to appoint me to this board, I'd be more than willing to do that. I just need a little bit of direction from the mayor on making sure I'm attending these meetings, and I think there could be some potential issues with conflicts there, especially if down the road the MUD wants to initiate some sort of contract for services with the city.
What about Mrs. Edmondson right there? She looks like she got plenty of time to. No.
What about Mr. Edmondson?
Yeah.
Right.
They said they'll do it over the noon hour, so they'll feed you.
I will ask, I do have a job. Now, you're saying initially it won't take much time, but how much time?
You have to go to Austin and back.
I don't have an issue with that. I don't really care about that. But I'm more worried about, like, is it going to take up like a whole week at a time sometimes, or is it going to, is it one day or one night?
So the way I'm understanding it is initially those meetings are going to be pretty short and sweet. Okay. You're just going to be establishing the board at this point. There's, the timelines that we have been given for this MUD is that you're really looking at 5 to 10 years for development. So as that starts to pick up, then that's when meetings might become more prevalent. But I still don't see that being more than 2 to 3 hours per quarter, maybe per month at certain times.
Okay.
But, can't guarantee that.
I have no problem with that.
Okay. All right. That sounds good.
Write his name down right quick.
Write his name quick.
We need your contact information.
I would like to recommend Colton
Okay.
for
I'll
the
second.
position.
Okay.
I'll
Anybody
second.
that?
I'll
Okay.
second it.
Mr. Prager second that. All in favor?
That's fine.
You got it, Colton.
Be careful what you ask for.
Yeah.
I was hoping he'd be a councilman to go because Richard wanted to go.
No, I didn't. I voted against that place.
Okay. Number 20, authorization to join class action lawsuit 3M and DuPont. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action, authorize the city administrator to submit the city of Bruceville-Eddy water system as a party to 2 separate class action lawsuits associated with the alleged contamination of public water sources across the United States, whatever that word is, substance, PFAS. Further, to authorize the city administrator to order the necessary disconnect sampling kits for the analysis of our water sources as required by the settlement to determine damages to the awarded in an amount NTE of $2,500.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the last item here on the agenda, and I'll make it as brief as I can. A little bit of background on what we're dealing with here. So in summer of 2023, the companies 3M and DuPont reached a settlement agreement. And what they're proposing to do is basically compensate all of the water systems across the United States that are eligible, community water systems, for the potential contamination from PFAS. So just a couple notes here. A PFAS is a polyfluoroalkyl kill substance. It's an umbrella term for about a family of 12,000 chemicals. They're priced for their indestructible nature and their non-stick properties. So one of the big issues that we faced was, or where these were coming from, were from firefighting foams, I believe was the main source. And so those had the potential to, either through runoff or through the aquifer, get into either groundwater or surface water systems. Now, we have not previously tested for PFAS, so we have no idea if there's any in the city of Bruceville-Eddy, but you can just assume by their persistent nature that they're all around you. They're in the air, they're in the water, they're on the ground. So it's likely that any testing that we do, which is a requirement as a part of this settlement, would come up with some sort of positive result. So we do qualify as a Phase 2 settlement class member in both lawsuits. That means we have about until 2026 to complete all this work and make sure that guarantee us any award. But it is very likely that we will be eligible to receive funds if we timely sign up and follow the next steps in the process. As I mentioned, testing is required. You can see page 2 of your handout that I provided to you, and I apologize, I forgot to add that to the packet there, so I added that to the dais tonight. The amount of the money is to be awarded is TBD. We're not exactly sure how much we're going to get here. However, the settlement agreement did have a formula that was calculated based on scientific principles that also takes into account any results that we pick up during our testing, plus the total amount of water that we're distributing to customers. So TRWA, Texas Rural Water Association, provided us with a fact on this one, and they're saying that we would likely receive millions of dollars for Phase 2 class members. The total settlement for both class action lawsuits is approximately $13 billion. Yes, again, Sue, do you have anything that you would like to add to this comment or to this topic before we move on? We're on track? We're on track? Okay. That's good to go. Okay, so before you tonight is the motion to proceed and to allow us to submit the city of Bruceville-Eddy to be parties to this class action lawsuits, to these 2 class action lawsuits. And plus, we're requesting an amount of $2,500, which does exceed my spending authority to purchase those sampling kits. We're going to need a total of 4 to sample all of our groundwater wells, plus the water coming in from Bluebonnet, and get that to the lab for analysis. The benefit of that is it's discounted. Surprisingly, it's discounted. And then they're going to submit, the lab is going to submit those results directly to the settlement team. So,
I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the city to join in the lawsuit and to authorize the city administrator to spend the necessary funds for the sampling.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Griffin second that. No?
Joyce did.
Okay, Joyce did it this time. Okay. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, the last one.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
And I'll second that one
Okay.
too.
I will
Joyce
second
seconded
that.
All in favor to adjourn? Unanimous. Thank you. It is now
If anybody ever votes not to,
8:51 and this meeting is now closed. Please turn your mics off.